Thank you. I don't think we're off to a great start, everyone. The AV is not fantastic. Maybe we can turn this one off. Who's in charge of the mics? So, because that feedback's not great. And there's a lot of people sitting at the back of the room, so I thought maybe you could come and sit at the front of the room so that we can have a bit more of a intimate conversation. Does everyone want to move forward a little bit so that we're not, just so that if you can come forward and sit here up the front, that would be fantastic. Anyone? Hi, how are you? I'm trying to take control. Can everyone come forward and sit closer to the front? There's lots of chairs here. There's a table there. Just so it doesn't feel so empty. We have an undersubscribed room, but we have an oversubscribed panel, which is why I'm going to sit here on this chair. So thank you all for, I still haven't been able to figure out how to turn this off. Maybe AV up the back can help figure that out. Can you turn this one off? Thanks. Okay, with that, a little bit of an awkward start to our panel. Okay, so I'm delighted to be here to moderate this panel, and just to make sure you are all in the right room, we are here to talk about digital public infrastructure. We have an amazing panel of 6 here with us today. So I'd like to start by introducing Arvind Gupta, who is the head of and co-founder of the Digital India Foundation. Arvind, could you come and sit over here? I've been told you have to sit next to me.
Okay.
Yep.
Keep everybody in control.
Haik Voskanen, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Ineco Bank in Armenia. Please. Haik Yesayan, who is the Executive Director of Team Telecom, Republic of Armenia. Mariana Muchu. My Italian's not that great. Marcucci, Vice Chair of All India Belgium. Basant Hassib, who is an Assistant Professor of Political Science at the European Universities in Egypt. And Laura Larocchia, who is Manager of DeSalle Consulting in Italy. And apologies for my names, but anyway, we'll get through it. Everyone have a seat. Okay, so to kick things off today, I'd just like to take you all back to Raisina Dialogue in 2022, so a few years ago now. And I remember this very, very lively debate between I was moderating a very similar panel on what we just called digital technology at the time, with my colleague and friend Sharad Sharma on India's digital public infrastructure in particular, and where it stood globally in terms of DPIs. And there was a very heated debate, and the questions were around how you define them. DPIs, it wasn't the buzzword that it is today. Not that it's just a buzzword; it's very important. But this was very, very new. And I don't think many of us could really wrap our heads around what India had achieved through its digital public infrastructure. And now fast forward to, 2.5 years later, and I think we can firmly say that India has really been a global leader in this space, and the trend we see, is India's DPIs emerging in other parts of the world as well. But despite where we've got to, and I know that Arvind can give us a lot more context around this, there is still a whole range of issues around DPIs that are absolutely worth our time and energy. Things around the underlying ideology and philosophical, standpoint of, for lack of a better phrase, of what DPIs are and what they should be there to do. There are questions around security, around sovereignty. There are commercial questions, particularly in a country like Australia, where the notion of DPIs is just not something that's in our vernacular and commercial understanding. And what happens in a country like India where 1.3 billion people are using DPIs, and all of a sudden that becomes a commercial opportunity. So there are a whole bunch of challenges and things that we can debate here today. And with that, I'd like to start by asking our amazing panellists to give their perspective from their country or their region on where they're at with DPIs. What is the position we're at in each of your countries? So I'll pass first to Arvind, and we'll go around panellist by panellist.
Great. Thank you, Erin. It's always a pleasure to discuss with you on this very important topic of digital public infrastructure. Um, so to be very frank, when we first talked about this whole concept of digital public infrastructure, it was actually at one of the Ricina dialogues. And I asked by a raise of hands how many people knew what DPI stood for within India. This is in India. Maybe 2% of the room could identify with it. And I don't blame any of the 98% who don't, because it's very new. 2022, we were still debating what DPI is. And as a practitioner, as a researcher, as a professor, I can tell you, if you get the academic community involved, it would have taken years more to define what DPI stands for, what should be the definition and the semantics of DPI. Thankfully, in 2022, a community of practice has agreed what digital public infrastructure today is. And as I say, thankfully, because now we at least know what is digital public infrastructure. And so I'm going to ask the same question in this room. How many of you know what digital public infrastructure is? If not, that's okay.
Okay, I think we need to go back to the beginning,
Yes.
actually.
If not, that's okay, because I want to be sure that what we are communicating is understandable and not just talking as a PhD level, but if we have to come down at a bachelor's level, we are happy to do that. Now, the word public infrastructure is very commonly known. The road outside is public infrastructure, right? It was always identified with power grids, with waterways, with railroads, with highways, but never with digital technology. Even though, for some of us who have been part of digital public infrastructure when it really started, you think about the internet. In the late 80s and the early 90s, and I'm aging myself, we actually built what is today's internet, the TCP/IP, as a public good. It is a public infrastructure that everybody could use. But then, and that was the early days of the internet, but then afterwards, because everything was built on top of it by private companies and private platforms, we somewhere lost the whole understanding of what is digital public infrastructure. So let's go, very common, a very easy way to understand is digital public infrastructure is non-rent seeking technology backbone. Non-rent seeking, it's not free, non-rent seeking, open and interoperable, which solves problems for multiple people in the society, the government, the businesses, academia, and startups. And it's open architecture, it's interoperable. It's a very simple way of looking at it. That's what the internet was. There was networking before the internet, and I know a lot of people from Armenia and the Bay Area with me who are working on solving those problems. We all used to work on systems which are not interoperable, the IBM systems, the Novell systems, and others. Eric Schmidt, who was later on with Google, was the head of Novell, by the way, before that. So those were closed systems. But today, the internet changed everything. DPI is similarly bound to change everything. Now, after so many years, when India started working on this approach, the first few attempts at building digital public infrastructure was by the government, but later on became government and citizen partnership, private and public partnership. So DPI is definitely not a government system, a government services system. Government services are built on top of it, but it's a core systems on which you build other things, and all sections of the society can build their own systems, their own applications on top of it, number one. Two, it has to be sustainable. It has to be interoperable. So it has to be non-rent seeking. That's a very important way to understand it. Non-rent seeking means it can collect a little bit of fees, services cost, to recover its own management, application, technology cost, infrastructure cost, but not beyond a certain point. And I'll give you some examples of DPI so you'll understand. In India, which Aaron talked about, we have this core DPI started with identity, giving every single Indian an identity, a unique identity, which is digitally verifiable. Two, a payment system, which is open, interoperable. So, I've been moving around Armenia. Over here, a payment system, when you pay by credit cards or debit cards, there are 3 or 4 systems, right? You have, what are the payment systems more prevalent here? Anybody? You can take out your cards and you can see some logos there. Visa. What else? MasterCard. What else?
Which is Armenian.
Which is Armenian. Are they public infrastructure or private companies?
It's, I think, public. It's owned by our banks. Maybe I could explain more.
So that you have an example of a semi-DPI, I would call it. But Visa and MasterCard are definitely not. I'm just giving an example. They are a profit-seeking entity. They make money. Nothing wrong in that. But India took an approach in building a payment system where the core system was non-rent seeking. Everybody could use it. It was interoperable. So all banks in India and almost 500 million people in India every day make a payment which does not cost anything to the shopkeeper or the consumer, both sides, zero cost. But it is still sustainable because for high value payments, everybody, pays a little amount, very small amount, and that is enough at the volume of transactions for it to make money and sustain its infrastructure. So payments, identity, but it core, and Erin will give me one more minute. I know she's seeing the watch. There's something called the India stack. It's an interoperable layer of technology which starts with identity. Everybody has a digital identity. Then you make payments on top of it, and you can now use combination of the two to solve many problems. And I know we have people from the telecom companies here. They have to every year or every 2 years, as per policy, do a KYC check, know your customer check. And that is very expensive if you submit papers and address proofs and others. In India, you just do it digitally using your biometrics. And that solves for the telecom company's problem by bringing the cost down. What is the case? In India, 2014, we had 200 million people at the internet, joining the internet. Today, we have 900 million people on the internet, 900 million, at the lowest cost of data in the world. We have one person sitting in this room who has been part of that revolution. Mr. Bansal over here is smiling. India today gives the cheapest internet to everybody in India because we have a very low cost of managing that infrastructure. KYC is one part of it. So it solves for everybody. And I'll comment on many other things when the time comes. So DPI, basic examples are, a good example is India, 1.35 billion people use it. And what it is as a definition is what I explained to you. So for now.
Very helpful, thank you. And thank you for identifying that we actually needed to explain what DPIs are to everyone in the room, which is fine. Hike.
So, yeah, thank you for this great definition of DPI. I have nothing to add there. If you allow me, I can just provide brief information about where Armenia stands for, and Haik also will continue from his part. Yeah, of course, you mentioned the payment system. Yeah, we have ARCA system, which is the centralized processing, which is very similar to what Visa and ARCA does, not a rent seeking. I'm curious whether this rent seeking is very important part of it, because you can be profitable and still serve your purpose if you have time. If we have time, I would like to hear back on that. So we have ID card system, but electronic identification is lacking scale here. That is why we team up with the help of the government. With the nudge from the government, we team up with banks and telecom companies teamed up to create this, revitalize the electronic ID system, which will have which will be the certificate authority here. Yeah, and in terms of what we stand, it is fragmented, unfortunately, in Armenia yet, but we are working on it, and the government is working on it also. It was the most easy way to make people to use digital technologies is banking, because they are every day in it, and they have very quick feedback on when they are using it. So I believe that this is a very good base for convincing people and breaking cultural boundaries and to use digital infrastructure and technology. That's all for now.
Thank you. Thank you, Hakan. Arvind, I will add a little bit. You know, when you are saying DPI, as telecom, we are not saying deep, we are saying deep packet inspection DPI. It's a different. But now we are talking about DPI and digital public infrastructure. Main key for digital public infrastructure is network. If you don't have good network connectivity, broadband connectivity in the country, you cannot build good digital public infrastructure. As you said, it's most probably giving to share the active and passive infrastructure, which is giving synergies on the prices, and you can give better services with a low cost. This is the main key of DPI, which is going forward everywhere in the world. And for Armenia, Armenia is unique. It's a very small country, and to build something, it's very easier than such in India or other big countries. And the country is very progressive. And right now we are implementing, as Haik mentioned, the mobile ID, which will give us within 2 years, hopefully, the main population of the country will have authorization with the mobile. It means you can, in an application layer, you can authorize everything. And with the network, we are very quite good. Like in the whole country, 98% of populated area is covered with the 4G. I think with till 2025, April, May, 85% of populated areas will be covered with 5G. And with the network, what we have and other telecoms have, you can connect with the fiber everywhere, with every connectivity. We just right now need to collaborate all local vendors to use our infrastructures and our digital signature things, what we are doing. Hopefully within 2 years, we will see the real changes on DPI in the country. And when we, as a country and government and public companies build this infrastructure, I can say very easily every unique service provider can integrate with these services and to build very fast banking, transaction, any APIs can work. It's a giving opportunity to grow from the small Soho companies like startups to grow up to the big ones. I think Armenia is unique on this part. Maybe think this thing. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Mariana.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. As my organization on digital is working on digital skills, we prefer to approach the DPIs under a human aspect, like human-like. So, because the promise of the DPIs are undeniable, but if we discuss DPIs, it means nothing if we don't consider the real targets, the real goal of the DPIs. So we want to, we work in this direction, and technology and digital and DPIs in general should be an integration and not a substitution, for humans. So we have identified 5 main aspects we are working on, and we are trying to achieve to let even all the more marginalized group of people have access. Because if technology is the goal, technology has no means of existing, okay? And especially, obviously not in Armenia, in India, in your countries, but sometimes when we are speaking to the public, technology is the goal. So we have to do that. But we don't know for whom we are doing that, okay? So briefly, I know that you were talking about regulation, so I'm not, I just have a 2-hour talk here for you to talk about. No, I'm just kidding. But I could. So inclusion for us is paramount. Okay, so equitable access to DPIs means nothing if we are not involving marginalized group of people, marginalized communities. Vulnerable groups, and we must bridge the digital divide, because many of these groups don't have any idea, not even what DPI is, but how to use, how to access, the digital. So, continuing on this path, digital literacy is key. All digital, our organization is a network of more than 25,000 digital competence centers, and we work closely with, a local and international level, EU obviously, but also abroad, to ensure that every group of people have the same level of skills. And this means not equality, but equity. And it is a very important differentiation. And obviously, continuing on this, we have to protect the marginalized people when using the internet. So cybersecurity is one of our main concerns when we talk about DPIs, because many of these people, on one hand, don't know how to use them, but they are vulnerable, in being, attacked, obviously, from the outside. And I wish to talk about also common collaboration and common standards in doing that, but I want you to speak before about the introduction, and I would like also after to talk about the frameworks with which we work to ensure equality and inclusion.
Thank you, Erin, for the introduction, and thank you to my colleagues who gave their own perspective on DPIs. I will talk about my own perspective on DPI and Egypt's perspective on DPI, and I will talk about two things with regards to DPI. First, we see DPI as a tool or an enabler to achieve digitalization, and thus it helps the states to accelerate their achievements of all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This is a common definition of all countries. And as Arvind said, that the main definition of DPI is a set of systems that is secure, interoperable, and also inclusive, as Mariana mentioned, and it provides equal access for everyone on an equal level, and it also should be publicly accountable. And DPIs, it's not a new concept. However, it gained a lot of momentum with India's presidency of the G20 of 2023. And here we can see the snowball effect or the domino effect that happened, that everyone was inspired by this and everyone wanted to improve their DPI somehow. What I want to add here to my colleagues is that I want to say that in Egypt, we identify 4 main pillars or 4 main dimensions of DPI. First, we have the regulatory layer or the regulatory framework. What are the laws? What is the enforcement mechanism? What are the policies and strategies? This is number 1. Number 2, we have the technology and security layer, as you mentioned. What is the technology and innovation used? How secure it is for the user, for the society? Is it safe for them to use it? And here we're talking about the cybersecurity aspect. And how states are ready, the level of readiness, the capacity they have, the capacity building technology skills that they build in order to have an effective deployment of technology and in order to have this kind of secure technology. And then we have the multi-stakeholder governance process. You have to include everyone in the process of governing DPIs. You have to have public-private partnerships. You have to include the civil society organizations to ensure the human rights aspect of the implications of DPIs. And you have to have this kind of cooperation on the national and international and also bilateral and multilateral levels. The 4th layer is the human-centric layer, as Mariana said. How is DPI helping people? Is it inclusive to everyone or not? Is it inclusive to the vulnerable groups, to the marginalized groups, from women, from the youth, from the people with disabilities or not? How does it impact them? Are the policies and the regulations of DPI is inclusive to those people as well when you put regulations and policies that are governing DPIs or not? So these 4 pillars that we use, they set the foreground of what we call the best practices of adopting DPIs, and also they set or they identify the main challenges or the main concerns when we talk about DPIs on these 4 levels, and also they set they lay the ground for international cooperation based on these 4 levels. The second thing that I want to add is a political aspect of DPI. Well, DPI, we see it as a tool or a driver of diplomacy between states. It deepens cooperation on the level of state to state and on the level of states and private companies. For the states, of course, it's because obviously they want to have access to the technological know-how, they want to have access to trainings, they want to exchange best practices, and for the companies because of, obviously, for the commercial benefit. And here we see that the digital aspects or the different aspects of digital infrastructure, they are interdependent. So cooperation on one aspect of digital infrastructure will automatically lead to cooperation on a different aspect of digital infrastructure. And here we can say there is a snowball or a domino effect or the spillover effect of cooperation. One form of cooperation will lead to the other because of the interconnectivity of the digital aspects of the digital infrastructure. For example, when we have, for example, cloud computing data centers, they will require the resilient connectivity, and they require cybersecurity to have protection of the big data. And thus, they will reinforce states to share the internet connectivity infrastructure, number 1, and they will have cooperation on the cybersecurity level. Also, connectivity itself, data cables, they will require resilient connections, and therefore, states will cooperate to provide this kind of security on this level. And I will stop here. You're welcome.
Laura, I'll pass over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everybody, and thank you, Erin, for your introduction. And it was a really honor to me to be participating to these debates about DPI. It's really critical, especially in my country. So for me, it's really critical to the development of Italy and of Europe too. We often talk about digitalization as a force of leap forward, especially in the developed countries. And expecting they are always super digitalized, but actually this digitalization process could actually risk to make a leap backward if people can't really know how to use these tools. And so we would like to share 3 challenges of Italy, of Europe in general, and maybe then we can have the opportunity to talk about solution that we adopt as a country, even as a company for who I work, and even for a no-profit with the Global Shapers community World Economic Forum with who I collaborate. And so the first challenge is, of course, connectivity, especially in remote areas. I mean that especially in a country when with diverse geographical landscape, imagine with a mountain region or Iceland, something, and so on and so forth. Connectivity is not for every place, and sometimes it's limited, and sometimes it's entirely absent. And this digital divide creates a really significant barrier to the use of digital tools to participate to the everyday life. And in fact, according to the DESI, the Digital Economic and Society Index, Italy is at 18 out of 27 countries. So we have really a lot to do about this. And then the second challenge is digital literacy. I mean, it's not enough to simply provide infrastructure and provide digital tools if people don't know how to use them effectively. So in Italy, for example, only 42 Italians between 16 and 75 years old have at least basic digital skills. In Europe, it's 54%, but it's not an impressive number too. And the point is that this not affects only individuals, but even business, especially small and medium business that for country like Italy is really the backbone of our economy. And at the end, at least, last but not least, the cultural trust. I mean that I'm in many countries, in Italy too, and I can see some of you that say yes. There is a general hesitation about using these tools, and particularly when people interact with the public service, and is something that's concerned about privacy, security. Something concerned about privacy, security, and mistrust of the institution. And so people sometimes prefer to do things in a traditional way by doing things paper-based, process by face-to-face interaction. So we have to change even this, because if we have for digital tools, but people not trust these tools is a problem, and is not effective in the society. So this is the three challenges: connectivity, and digital literacy, and cultural trust.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Laura. I think listening to all of you talk, just to kind of wrap that together and then to go on to some more questions, you know, sitting from the position of a country like Australia, DPIs are not even part of the conversation. There's no dialogue about DPIs and why. And I guess, you know, perhaps similar to some other European countries, where you have well-developed, say, payment systems, you have identity systems. They're not digital, but you have, you know, great ID systems, for example. The need for DPIs has not been there. So if you look at the India example again, you know, 12 years ago when I first went to India, I'd go down to Select City Walk with my ATM card and I'd take out tens of thousands of rupees to pay for things along the way. You know, people don't use money in the same way. So back then, people, you know, it was 2016 when Modi demonetised. Everybody went on to the Aadhaar system because they didn't have cash anymore. Then everybody started to use UPI. So that you have 1.3 billion people who are on Aadhaar, and 68% of transactions are UPI in India now. So the inclusion element, that the amount of people that brought into the economy that just weren't there before is phenomenal. Like the scale is just enormous. Whereas in a country like Australia, everybody's using their bank card anyway. It's not an inclusion conversation. And so I find this really interesting, some of the issues you mentioned around trust and so on and so forth. Whereas if the alternate is not having that economic inclusion, you're more likely to bring an entire society onto that system. But what I do find interesting about the India example, and one of the opportunities that are there, is taking the DPIs international. So now you have this really sophisticated system that other countries are looking to collaborate on, Armenia, Egypt and others. But there's also the movement of people, there's the movement of money around the world. Singapore now has UPI, the UAE now has UPI for non-resident Indians, NRIs only, because you have to be on Aadhaar. But what is the potential there for that international cooperation, unlocking the Indian economy and those sorts of things that even a country like Australia can be looking at?
Yeah, I think, Erin, you explain the context very well because you come from Australia, and I can empathize because, you know, such when developed countries are entrenched, they have lesser problems. India had a lot of problems, and we had to solve for them. So we had to solve for it ourselves rather than looking outside, because you know what everybody on this panel has said is one common theme, at least, was trust and inclusion. Let me just comment on that. On digital inclusion, I did give this comment. In 2014, we had 200 million people on mobile internet. Today, we have 900 million people on mobile internet in India. 700 new people added to the internet. That's inclusion. At the lowest cost of internet in the world. That's inclusion. 2, the biggest, and again, in Armenian context, it looks like a very big number, but India, 500 million people in India didn't have access to banking. Now 531 million new bank account holders have been opened in India because of DPI. That's inclusion. 531 million is 2.5 times the working population of America. That's been opened in 5 years. Now, why I'm giving this example is because this is very inclusive. Now, if you have a population which is already 100% banked, you don't look at it. We had to look at it because we had no other choice. DPIs, in my opinion, are the most bottom-up technology ever built. They don't exclude anybody. They start from the bottom, including the bottom of the pyramid first. And that is a change in approach of thinking about technology. How big tech, how big companies, they look at the top of the pyramid, they start addressing those, the rich, the super rich, the middle income, and then they come down the pyramid. DPIs are the other way around. They look at if you can solve for the bottom of the pyramid, you can solve for everybody else. So the examples I'm giving are that. Two, everybody, Laura talked about trust, and I think that's a very important conversation, trust and technology. Who do you trust? How do you trust? And Basant from Egypt gave this whole four-layered architecture, which is absolutely brilliant. And to just explain to you, trust comes because there is technical trust, there's governance trust, there is regulatory trust, and then there is trust from the market. When a technology is used by all sections of the society, Erin is talking about UPI. UPI stands for Unified Payments Interface. It's a common payment system in India today. By the way, half a billion transactions get done every day on UPI. Every day. Okay? From as little as 1 dirham, maybe 4 dirhams. That's the lowest anything you can buy in India now for. And to 10,000, 20,000 dirhams in Indian rupees. It's phenomenal. Everybody just accepts this QR code and it's interoperable. You don't need to be on that bank account or that system. You can be across the systems. And in fact, the joke in India is if you're paying by cash, you're a non-resident Indian. Because everybody else pays by UPI.
Like me with my cash at the ATM.
Everybody pays by UPI. This change has happened because of policies, certain things like demonetization, push towards digital banking, and many other things. But the trust comes in because everybody's using it. So it's a market trust, regulatory trust, technology trust, and of course a governance trust. And the shared trust that you create value. All the beautiful thing is, I gave an example of one telecom company which has really started in the DPI era only. It was not a pre-DPI era offering. They benefited from it. All the other telecoms came in and started using the same method of customer onboarding. Banks, they never used to, the cost of banking was so high because they didn't use DPIs. Today, every bank uses DPI. You can open a bank account in India in 55 seconds today. Let's give it 2 minutes at the worst because of internet connectivity. So this is a very inclusive thing. It's very open. And that's the reason I say that sometimes developed countries, and there is one more thing that is a big elephant always in the room. The developed countries have entrenched systems which create headwinds. And I can tell you very clearly, when they are entrenched players, you are going to disrupt them by using digital public infrastructure. They have their own vested interest. They create those headwinds. And I'm very vocal about it. So, when the government and public-private partnership changes the systems and says you start using this, and these companies get disrupted, you have a challenge. But in the long run, everybody understands the value it creates to society. In India, we have 110 unicorns. I know in Armenia there are about 3 or 4 unicorn companies. And that's very high, by the way, per capita. So I must congratulate you for that. But we have 110, 120 unicorns. Out of that, 100 are dependent on India's DPIs. They wouldn't be there if there was no DPI. So there's startup value that has been created over $500 billion. So there is value for everybody. And I think this whole narrative, and last point, and I'm going to leave it there, why the government benefits. Because of course there's formalization of economy, everybody is paying in an auditable digital manner. But when we give out benefits and welfare, so if anybody from the government, you have to understand, this has a deep impact on the political economy. When we give out benefits today, it goes to the intended targeted recipient. It does not go to fake people. It does not, it is a unique identity, ensures that the money goes to people who deserve that money. right? And that is why what World Bank used to say, 85% of the $100 that was disbursed was lost. Today there is zero loss. The World Bank has come back and said DPIs are important for the political economy, for benefit system, for welfare, because no money is lost in translation. The money that you transfer from the central repository goes to each individual's bank account. Those are beneficiaries of that.
Move on from you, Arvind, although you made a very good point about the G2P payments. Mariana has her light on.
Yes, thanks. I'm half French and half Italian, so complaining and critics are in my DNA. So, yeah. No, I just want a small comment on what you said about inclusion. Congratulations for the numbers, obviously, of your country. We obviously, unfortunately, as Laura said, can't say the same for Italy or Belgium or Europe. Inclusion, in my opinion, is not just giving access to everybody, to technology or to digital, but it's above all ensuring that all the people have understand of what they are doing. I mentioned cybersecurity before, but not mentioning hate speech and scamming and cyberbullying. And you know that the internet that we surf every day is only the 4% of the real internet. There's the dark web and the deep web. So I think that, and I'm looking at the bank, my fellow panelists in banking now, we have to fund the organizations, and public activities, but NGOs also, to ensure digital literacy and to ensure the access to the upgrading to digital skills and to digital competencies, to ensure that this huge number of people that have access to the digital public infrastructures actually knows how to defend other people and to defend themselves, because it's not just a matter of quantity, but it's a matter of quality of the access, So yeah, just that.
We do have to make some times for questions, but I do want to ask Heike and Heike one more point. My gosh, I can't get my words out today. So there's a spectrum, right? You have digital public infrastructure in the purest, the way that India approaches it. I always sort of joke about Australia. We don't have digital public infrastructure; we have digital private infrastructure. So the government comes up with an idea, and PwC implements it, and gets the commercial benefit from it. It sounds to me like Armenia sits somewhere in the middle, perhaps. So I'd like to pass to you both for your final comments before we open up the floor for questions. What are those opportunities that you see for Armenia here with DPIs, and how can countries like yours, where they're perhaps in the middle here, really benefit from DPIs?
Yeah, thank you, Erin. You made my point. We're in between India and Australia, more maybe towards Australia. Why I'm saying, because I can say that we don't have that kind of problem of inclusion. Because bankable, population who are within the banking system is very high. The percentages may go up to 90%. So we don't need to have DPI to enable them to enter into the public, into the banking system or use digital services. But we have different motivation here. As a small country, we have to have a very, very efficient economy. Very efficient economy means higher productivity, and we have to have frictionless services provision by the government to the businesses, by the businesses to the customers. So G2B, G2C, and all the combinations together. So as a bank, we have most loved mobile banking application in the country, I can say. Couple of minutes of PR, but still we do a lot of things ourselves. Of course, it's not efficient for us also to invest in face recognition technology, all this small but of course costly development. We have to concentrate on best service to our customer, which will be good new products, which will be why not? We will not go anyway out of face-to-face interaction because it's something that is still needed. So productivity is very, 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 very good, and banks are standing in the middle of everything because we will benefit from all sides. So we will know a lot of information about our customers. There will be less risky for us. We will give credit to them. The same for businesses. Businesses will go out of the gray area and go into the kind of more. So there will be no shadow economy or less shadow economy, which will provide a lot of also comfort for us to lend them, and also all the processes that were included as a bank and as a banking system. That's the other one will go. I don't interaction with courts. Property, something related to property management, property rights, and all these kind of things. And yeah, so motivation. Our motivation as a small country again is about higher productivity, which is very important for us to provide a good services, and why not the experts. And one thing on the remark related to international, going international, for example, in case of UPI, unfortunately, currently after the Ukrainian situation, we have bad and not more friction on the international payments, cross-border payments, which is because of sanctions. So here. All alternative, maybe between countries, between 2 countries or 3 countries or whatever it is. I mean, the new payment systems, cross-border, of course, will help not to depend on single system and have more opportunity in this fragmented situation, and which will come to both equity, both inclusion, because I mean, the bigger the trade, the higher the inclusion. And trade without good and frictionless cross-border payments, it's impossible. Yeah, so yeah, that's all. And on the regulation, one thing that we are lacking, and I know that we'll touch the regulation issue also. Of course, it's very important to have regulated the security part of the DPI. But most important regulation which is enabling the use of DPI by all participants in the country. Thank you.
Thanks, Haik. Do you want to add something as well? And just make sure you've got your questions going in your head because we will go to them next.
Okay. Thank you, Haik. I will add a little bit more regarding connectivity and application layer. You know, in our country, smartphone penetration is more than 85%. It means every people can access to every application on Android or iOS. And you know, also regarding security, as a small country, it was very easy to do it more secure from outside cyber attacks. Maybe we need to more collaborate with the people to understand them that also internet and intranet are different things, because as a country we can also use our DPI as an intranet. And with gateways, we can close and more secure to be for, like, it cannot do as India because their traffics are huge, and to deep packet analysis inspection, it's not easy than we can do as a country in Armenia. It means we can more have secure processing because our figures, it's not that much high than in India, in US or big European countries. It's giving good opportunity to us to be more flexible and more cheaper, have better security. Regarding technological aspect, I think this is the key points, that we have good penetration of application layer, access to our humans to have access, and more be secure as small country, because the mobile penetration, we have 2.9 million population, but mobile penetration is 3.6 million. And the average payment of mobile data access is around 1,400 drams. It means $3.50. it's also cheap, and the connectivity quality is, I think, we are good on it, and access is everywhere. I think when you have this opportunity and you have 17 banks, also the mobile payment systems, I think quite good developed, and banking sector also is quite regulated on this field. Also telecom is also quite regulated. We have PSRC, which is regulating our sector, and within the last 20 years on telecom sector we have good growth. I think for DPIs only what we need to create good data centers in the country. One or two we have, but we have to work on it more, and also geo-redundancy thing, because Armenia is small, we have to understand what we are doing only in Armenia, or we have to use other countries for data privacy use. I think this point is what I will mention.
Thanks, Huck. I'm taking the liberty of starting late to try and get a couple of questions in. Did we have any questions from the floor? Yeah, I think this is the microphone that's supposed to go. Oh no, one's coming up from the back. Thank you. If you just want to say your name and what organisation you're from first, that would be great.
I'm just participant. My name is Gohar. Question to Arvin about the DPI. Thank you for sharing the vision and Indian case for here. My question is about artificial intelligence and the infrastructure for AI, because you mentioned about the unicorns, startup that are using the APIs, and maybe it is too early to ask this question, but what about infrastructure for AI, and will it cover also kind of GPUs or computational power that the current startups are struggling with? Thank you.
Should I?
Yeah. Actually, if there's enough, what we might do is a round of questions and answer that way. We've got two down the front here as well. Do you? You're both well articulated. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The mic's here now. Yeah.
I was just really curious, the point around digital literacy, I think cannot be understated. So I'm curious to hear what it is you think we should be doing in order to really support and bolster that internationally.
Thank you very much. I'm Guadalupe. I'm from Argentina. I'm from Universidad Torcuato de Itela. I direct a master's in public policy there. I'm very interested in knowing how you're better targeting your social systems once DPI is in place, the figures you mentioned. But mainly to Mariana, what I wanted to tell is it's more a comment and a reaction. We've been working on literacy for young people in Argentina. We've been doing like kind of a study to see where young people are. We've seen an impressive amount of people going into digital payments from money in the last two years. But one side thing that we have seen is betting. Online betting has been like a pandemic in my country. Kids are actually saying that 30% of themselves are playing, but 80% of their friends are playing, and what they are playing is casino. I would think it was like sports. We are very much into football, as you can imagine, but there's a very like pandemic going on around how young people are using their digital, and so I'm also very interested in see if young people in your countries face similar issues and how you're dealing with those.
We should talk about that later, because Australia is about to legislate with online gambling, because we also have, I would call it a pandemic. But that is out of scope probably for this conversation, but why don't I pass to Mariana first to respond to that question on skills, and then we'll come to you, Arvind, and we'll see how we go with timing and if they kick us out.
Yes, thank you for the question. It's very, very, very on point. And unfortunately, yes, even in Europe, we have the same issue, together with porn. Kids are underestimating the power of exposing themselves online and using the social media and in general, infrastructure, the digital infrastructure to expose themselves in any ways, with their bodies, or on the other way, gambling and losing money. What we do is focusing a lot in a very, very early stage digital literacy. We are trying both to educate kids, but together with the adults, okay, and even old people, you know, like nannies or granddads and grandmom, etc., together. Because especially in underrepresented communities, the let's say the dream of gaining money in a very easy way, it's really powerful, let's say. So they tend to, be scammed, or we all know that gambling is not a win situation, so that's why. So what we try to do with All Digital is collaboration, so collaborating with any kind of stakeholders on a public level, EU level, national, and even very local level in communities. We have worked also in India and Colombia with very underrepresented communities, or Iraq with women, to try to let them focus the teaching and learning since an early stage together in the families, at a very local level, in the communities. And sometimes we struggle with religious beliefs, or in the communities, in the tribes sometimes, because it's beautiful here, we're modern and technological and everything, but we also have to deal with, and in Argentina, that. So that's what we're trying to do, collaborating, like in trying to involve. That's why I said we have to fund and we have to put money in literacy, not just in the infrastructure, but in literacy too. Yeah, I hope I answered to your question.
Thanks, Mariana. I've been told that we actually do need to answer the gambling question by Arvind over here. I think it's a really good thing that you've mentioned it.
So can I give 3 comments on, even on online betting? It's underage kids, which is a big challenge also. And one solution we are underage, yes. So we are trying to use DPIs for KYC, Know Your Customer, which is a DPI in India, to from a sub-policy level enforce that at least underage kids cannot participate in this so-called betting/gambling. So, and again, you need public infrastructure to do that, digital infrastructure to do that. On the question of AI, and I think that's a very important thing, India has now understood the benefits of digital public infrastructure. So when it comes to AI, why not? Of course. But the core of AI, and you correctly identified, is 2 things. While we believe the innovation and the entrepreneurship will come from the startups in building their own innovative algorithms and their own machine learning tools, but there are 2 elements to it. One is the compute that you mentioned. So India is putting up its own compute infrastructure as part of India's AI mission. And that's a shared compute infrastructure. So we're putting GPUs it's a very simple thing for others who don't get it. It's a shared computing. You would have Google credits and AWS credits. So if you are a registered startup in AI, you will get credits to run your algorithms on that. And that's one part. The second part is data. And as everybody understands, AI is important, but data is the core of AI. So in India, the approach to data is twofold. Number one, open data. Put a lot of data open, non-personal information open. That's part of our architecture. And second is, as a consumer, as a data owner, I now have this, Erin will understand this, it's a DAPA. We call it Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture. We allow people to give out, for example, a bank wants to give me credit. I can share my data with a bank A. They can use my data for a limited time with public data sets also as a reference, and then give me a factoring solution and give me credit, maybe on a better rate. And so we have 2 forms of helping AI: access to data access to personal data, open data and personal data, but limited access. So they can't keep that my data forever. Because if the other bank wants to give me, they can't share that data. So a big tech company cannot share my data with their affiliates, for example. And then the second part is the compute part that we do. So that's the question on DPI. So DPI is really taking India by storm. We are now building DPIs for digital commerce, for health, for identity, KYC, you name it, we have it. For travel, we have it. For those of us who come from India, we just scan our face and we check in into the airlines. So it's everywhere. Last question I had, at least for me, was targeting welfare from Argentina. I think that's the reason the government embraced it. How can you, and I'll give one simple example. Earlier, there was no way of checking my eligibility, okay? So you could just check box on a paper, let's say a scholarship meant for girl childs. A person would identify and say, even though it was gender identified as a man, but all the corrupt official had to do was say female, and they would get a scholarship. There was no other check. Now it is in your identity whether you are identified as a male, female, or whatever else it could be. You cannot avail a scholarship meant for women just because you connive with a corrupt official. Or if you are paying income taxation at the highest rate, you're not going to get a gas subsidy, cooking gas subsidy. There were people doing that, by the way. There was a person who I can't identify, was a billionaire, was availing 12 gas connections at subsidized rates. So, that's targeting. Yeah, so just an example.
Thanks, Arvind. I think that I'm going to get in trouble if I go any further over, because there might be another session in this room after us. I'm getting nods from the back there. I think it might also be yours, Charlotte. Yeah. Okay, but I just want to thank our panel. We had nowhere near enough time and so many areas to cover. I'm not going to be surprised if in the future we actually have conferences that are on DPI. And there will be different sessions on each of these different topics, if anyone in the room from ORF is listening. But I really do think that's the way this is going. It's gone from a sideline conversation on the digital economy or digital technology to absolutely a central topic that we need to be talking about. So thank you all. I encourage everyone here to come and talk to everyone on the panel to continue these conversations. And apologies if we didn't get to your questions and we didn't get to make more of your points as well. But thank you very much for being here. And thank you, ORS, and thank you to the MFA here as well.
Should we start? Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome to The Room is for and by the Youth, Redrawing the Future of Politics, Economics and Policy. I'm Manasi Subramaniam, and I'm the editor-in-chief of Penguin Press in India. So we live in an age of paradoxes. We face a climate crisis, and yet we're seeing unprecedented innovations in clean energy. Authoritarianism is surging, but so are youth-led pro-democracy movements. AI might outsmart us all, or it might solve problems that we've been waiting for centuries to solve. And what's at the center of all this? The largest youth population in human history. They are facing daunting challenges, but they're armed with more tools, connectivity, and collective power than any generation before them. From climate strikes to digital revolutions, young people aren't just inheriting our world, they're actively reinventing it, they're actively shaping it. But the question is, are our systems ready for change as fast as they are? Today we're talking to 6 people who are at the frontier of this generational shift. They're going to tell us if the future is as bright as youth optimism would suggest, or if it is as bleak as youth cynicism might suggest. So let me introduce our panelists. This is Raghuram Satyanarayana, who's Joint Secretary of Policy Planning and Research at the Ministry of External Affairs in India. Jainaba is the Public Relations Officer at Open Gambia Network. Vanshika Kand, who is the Climate, Human and Social Development Expert at the Asian Development Bank. Malshini Senaratne is the Assistant Head of Development at the University of Seychelles. Charlotte Rose, who is the Director of North Star CLS, and Pegor Papazian, who is the Chief Development Officer at TUMI. So a very, very diverse panel indeed. Each of our panelists is, as we know, navigating the complex interplay between youthful aspirations and institutional frameworks. So let's dive right in. To begin with, Charlotte, I think I'd love for you to open this out by telling us a little bit about the generation that is at the center of the conversation we're about to have. Gen Z is, well, it's, as I said, full of paradoxes, and you work in training them to be leaders, the next generation of leaders. So maybe you could prime us for this conversation by telling us about the world that they have inherited, the challenges and opportunities in front of them, and what their approach might be.
Thanks, Manasi. It's such an interesting perspective, right? And I think you've really opened us up well to, it's a world of paradoxes. We think about where we're up to, and I think you used the word bleak. I would agree. Bleak and brilliant. When we look at what this generation is inheriting, we might say this is probably one of the most exciting times to be alive to date. Absolutely revolutionary technology, unparalleled opportunities and possibilities in the global arena, mobility like we've never seen it, connectivity like we've never seen it. And yet, this is a generation that is faced with, I consider, 3 major areas of issue. The first, the VUCA environment, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And when we think about that, you know, this is a generation post-pandemic trauma, yes or yes, right? As adults, we struggled with it. These were children. When we think about the environment itself, this is a generation that is facing a combination, and please forgive me, this is different from country to country, but it's a generation that faces war in some places, the cost of living crisis in others. We're looking at public debt that has never been seen in the way it is being seen today, and no clear pathway forward to solve for that. We've got access to education, health, and infrastructure being challenged in developing nations. So as we look at this and we compound that with a future of climate change, and we're saying we don't have a clear pathway forward, I can completely understand why this generation would sit there and say, I feel anxious and stressed. are mildly depressed about where it is we're at today. I train not just emerging leaders, but I train leaders within organizations, companies, institutions as it is today. I train them on how to navigate themselves and lead others through VUCA situations. What training has a 12-year-old got? What training does a 25-year-old have? And so this is an environment that is extremely complex. So that's the first area. The second area that I really consider to be challenging for this generation is the social makeup that they have. We are seeing across the world multiculturalism like we have never seen it before with mobility, right, with immigration. But we're also seeing the challenges of that. We look at what's happening in the UK. We hear, commentary coming out of, I don't know if anybody picked up The Spectator for Australia recently, but there are huge articles talking about how are we going to navigate a multicultural environment and really move forward together in a meaningful fashion. This is the most ethnically diverse generation we've seen. So how do they feel and navigate the immigration systems in that perspective? And then second to this, we're in a mass misinformation age, right? I'm not sure how it is that you get your news stories and news sources and news information. This is a generation that's absorbing it in social media forums where 10 times the speed of misinformation flies through those platforms and mediums than traditional media. So how are we going to help them when algorithms are set to maintain and persist with a perspective that suits your own narrative? It's actually causing the opposite of what we're all trying to do here today, which is foster dialogue. It's really going to continue to drive a dogmatic view of what's happening in the world that aligns to one's own. That's massively challenging. And so we've got bias within that, and it's a bias that needs to be navigated. So that's the second area. And then the third, and I do not think we can sort of understate the importance of this, is the technological revolution that we're seeing today. And this, to me, has two sides to it. It is fiercely scary in that we have no idea where we're going. We have no idea what it is that is yet to come. It is completely revolutionizing air to agriculture industries. It means a transformation of job. It means a transformation needed within education, which is being outpaced by technology changes. And so as we look at this, how are we skilling and how are we equipping this generation moving forward? So as we look at it, there are the three key things happening within the environmental context. And then there are two really key factors in terms of this generation and why they're different from us here within the room. I look around and I'm not seeing many Gen Z representatives, but my friend over here from Gambia. So, when we think about it, what is prevalent in the mindset of somebody in Gen Z? Now, you all probably know somebody aged between 12 and 27, so I want you to pop those in mind as I share this with you. When we think about their mindset, what is it that stands out to us? Well, the first thing is, as I share with you, I would train business, political leaders on how to navigate the environment they're in. This is an overstimulated, overwhelmed generation. When we look at what that means, they have mental health crisis like we have never seen. Around the world, we're looking at 30 to 50% of Gen Z individuals having some kind of mental health issue. We are seeing that within all of this, there is an ID fluidity. What does that mean? I was fascinated by this because I love talking identity. What we mean by this is it's a less religiously affiliated generation. It is an ethnically and racially diverse generation like we have never seen before. It is a generation that is sexually very open. It is a generation that is identity, pronoun open. Nothing is taken for given, right? And so with that, they are a really focused generation on diversity, equity, inclusion. How do we make sure everybody feels like they count in society? They are a socially justice-oriented community where they're saying what's right and what's wrong, let's get to the heart of that, right? And they're a generation that cares deeply about the future of our world. They're socially conscious. So that climate change question that is front of mind, they're looking at the grown-ups in the room over the past couple of generations and saying, you've had this problem, what have you done about it? They are antagonized, they are frustrated, they are currently living in rejection of the system. The trust that they have currently when it comes to the political, business, religious establishments is an all-time low. And so as we look at this, their question currently is, who can I trust to get the jobs done that need to be done today? When they look at their representation, they're looking at political and business establishment. And I'm curious to know, do you all know the average age of a political or a business leader today in the world? It's in their 50s. That is not an age group that resonates with somebody who is 12 to 27 saying, do you understand the urgency and the crises that we are entering into? Because essentially what you're telling me is, I may come out of school with an education that is not going to support a job because those jobs have evolved and changed so much, with education access that was difficult to get and unaffordable, with a housing situation that may be completely inaccessible to me. And I would understand why that generation is scared by that and disappointed with what they're seeing is going on. And so as we look at this generation, huge question for us is, how do we as political and business leaders build trust, equip and skill ourselves to be having better conversations, better dialogue, and better resonance with that community? And how do we better skill this generation to do better moving forward? And as we look at this, I have to say the statistics right now are a little bit concerning. We're seeing that over 40% of the business leadership community right now would say Gen Z is not equipped. They are very digitally savvy, but they are not equipped for the work environment as of yet. 51% in a recent research study would say Gen Z did not feel that their education has adequately supported them for the work environment. And so as we're looking at this, we are seeing 1 in 5 of Gen Z currently considered not employed and not in education. So what is happening? We're seeing fallout. We're seeing non-participation necessary, or non-affiliation, I should say, with political groups and environments. They're a highly active, highly entrepreneurial community where they're saying to us, as a generation, we're going to have to do something different and creatively to get ourselves a foothold in society. But I am not trusting the tech giants that I see today. I'm not trusting the politicians I see today. And I am not sure about the business direction that I'm seeing a lot of corporations take in order for us as a society to be taken care of. So I'm just going to go out and do it on my own. So how do we then, as leaders, really look at how it is we can increase participation of these individuals? How do we look at increasing skill sets when it comes to communication, when it comes to critical thinking and attention? I don't know if you've seen recent statistics. 8 seconds is the current attention span of a Gen Zer. And what is really exciting, if we are able to engage them, is for those of you that may be aware, there is an amazing game at the moment called Roblox. Has everybody heard of Roblox? Just a show of hands if you're across it. Okay, for those of you that are not familiar, it is a game where totally different to the way all of us in this room grew up, where we were given games and told what the rules were to play. This is a generation where they join Roblox. They make the game. They are the creators. The players are the creators of the game. Now, why is that interesting and exciting for us? Well, as I look at that, that says to me, this is a generation that has a creative mind that with access, with opportunity, will participate, will be active, will be entrepreneurial in their mindset, but they need a skill set of support and some level of mentoring as to how it is to navigate the space. And I know that we've got Tumo here. I cannot begin to tell you how excited I am about sharing what it is that they are doing. It's a unique world first, but I think that this is going to really help us close some of the skill gaps that we're seeing. Maybe not so much from an immediate leadership perspective, but certainly from some of those digital skills that are so deeply required in the space at the moment. So there's a bit of context.
Charlotte, a really quick follow-up question. Yeah. Are we headed for a clash, do you think, then, between an potentially outdated system and unstoppable change?
And with the system, which ones are you speaking to?
The system that the current generation is inheriting, that Gen Z is inheriting.
Look, I mean, controversial, and some of you may not like this answer, but I would say we need to reimagine. The realities of our current system is, the large majority of individuals right now in Gen Z are not represented. They don't have voice. They don't necessarily have vote in their systems. Do they get opportunities to work in spaces, or are those opportunities being dominated by older generations with an assumption that a degree is going to make you more capable, for example? I think these are things that we really need to question. Educational reform, political system, potential reform, and certainly within the business community, an opportunity for us really to re-examine what are the roles, what are the approaches. Samir spoke really well to this in the other room. The political, the technical, the technological, and the business communities having stronger conversations together is going to set us up much better for the future of where we're going, because the current systems we have in play are isolated and not working interdependently, which is going to be required.
Thank you. I think you've set the stage really nicely for us, and we've talked about skill development quite a bit. So, Pegor, I'd love to talk to you about skill development. I know that the work that you're doing in terms of technological upskilling is incredibly important. At the same time, the change is unstoppable. AI is changing. I mean, AI has probably changed between the last time we had this conversation and now. Mm-hmm. So how do we prepare this generation, Gen Z, for a world that we don't even know what it is? We're not just preparing them for jobs that exist now. We don't know what the jobs of tomorrow are going to be.
Right. I would say we're not even sure there will be jobs per se. I mean, there may be things to do, but there may not be jobs necessarily. So yes, this is a very crucial question. I'm one of the co-founders of the TUMO Center for Creative Technologies, and for the past decade, we have been working on this. We have been trying to do a kind of education, learning process which does not put the emphasis on particular disciplines or training or retraining. In fact, we don't even call it teaching. It's about empowering the young people to develop those higher order skills, if you will, that will be universal and evergreen. Now, we do talk, we have very specific kind of hard skills that we teach, so to speak. Graphic design, computer programming, filmmaking, there's 14 different topics. But they're an excuse to foster some of the softer skills. But that's too easy an answer. All of us would answer this question by saying you need to foster the softer skills, cooperation, self-confidence, a growth mindset, etc. Sure, it's not enough. I think there are two facets to the answer that go a bit deeper. One is to put the emphasis on projects rather than skills. In other words, young people need to have the space to do creative self-expression, to personal projects, to creating things, making things. Once you do that, suddenly everything that the young person is learning, picking up, is something they need to do their project, because they're all about self-expression. We say at TUMO, kids hate to study, but they love to learn. And the reason they love to learn is because they want to be cool, they want to impress their friends, they want to be famous, so they have lots of projects in mind. And I think if we talk about education reform, maybe more of a project-centered, outcome-centered approach would be better, because then it becomes about pick up the skills you need for your ambitions, rather than these are the skills you will need, because they're probably not, right? The other facet is all about AI. Everybody's favorite vowels, right, these days. AI is vindicating a little bit this, what all of us in my kind of corner of the world have been saying about don't train for specific careers. It is probably the wrong place to place your bets. Now with AI, that's becoming more and more obvious. And now it's important to understand what's the relationship of the learner or the young person with AI. Now that's where it becomes a really existential, almost not existential, okay, but very critical question. Because, and recently thinkers have been talking about being a creator using AI, being a consumer, or being a critic, right? And so at the intersection of these, somebody who's a non-critical, non-creative consumer is probably going to be at the wrong end of the digital divide. It's and a lot of the disadvantaged populations in the world are at the danger of becoming even more marginalized because AI will be so effective in making them consumers that they will be left out of the innovation ecosystems that create those very systems, right? And so we need to think about how to have critically oriented consumers who are also creators. You can't avoid being consumers, we're all consumers, but you also have to create. So again, the emphasis, even in the case of the AI question, is on empowering kids to have personal projects, to have ambitions. They all do, but not stifling them, and not teaching hard skills as an end, but as a means. So we found that having kids reach that level where they can become unstoppable does require teaching hard skills, even if those skills would be obsolete, because those are the skills they need to actualize their self-expression. They need to create something. They'll be very disappointed in their own creation if it's not of a certain quality, right? So they need to learn to code. They need to learn graphic design, depending on their ambitions, right? Or music composition, whatever it may be. And so I think the answer to making young learners future-proof, AI-proof, is to put the emphasis on their instinct for creative self-expression. That's what it comes down to.
Just a quick follow-up question again. How do you specifically future-proof the curriculum? Are there some specific tools that you use in order to future-proof your own curriculum for this?
Yes, so first of all, there's two layers to that. One is the platform. We have a software platform which is all about creating personal learning plans that are individual to every student. So no two learning plans are similar, with a lot of choice. And we have an advantage over schools, which is that we're not beholden to a standard curriculum. We don't have to teach two equations with two unknowns or anything like that. We teach it, or the student learns it if they're interested in that. So choice is part of the technology that we use. But also there's a lot of automation behind it. We use AI to create these learning paths. And in order to do it at scale, because right now we have, just in Armenia, 25,000 students that attend on a weekly basis, you need to automate. So automation, creating that intellectual property is key. I don't know if I answered your question directly, but I think that helps. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think that also segues very nicely to Jainaba, because we can't talk about technology without talking about the digital divide. I should mention here that Jainaba is our Gen Z representative as well. So I think it is particularly important for us to hear your voice in this conversation. You advocate for open networks in Gambia, where internet penetration seems to be in the range of 35%, while 65% of the population can be described as youth. So given these kinds of demographics, and also given the fact that Gen Z is the first generation to truly be a digital native generation, how do you bridge that divide between people who have access to technology and people who don't? And I'm asking specifically in the context of during the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, we found out that access to remote learning was not equitable.
Yeah, I think that is a very good question. So I will start by saying it is very important to look at the accessibility and affordability of the internet connectivity in the Gambia. Am I being audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would actually start by saying that what we're trying to do is to create open networks for the Gen Z generation. Like you said, like I said before, we are the future. Without the Gen Z, there is no future for the world. So looking at the generation right now, internet connectivity, it's crucial and it's very, very important. You look at the Gambia and look at other countries. I'm not saying European countries, but look at the, let's say Senegal, our neighboring country. When you look at them, like their internet connectivity and how affordable it is, it's actually outstanding, and how we can actually adapt, because it's one of the smallest countries in West Africa. We are trying to adapt and to learn new things and to transform digitally. So open networks is trying to make sure that internet connectivity and affordability is one of the most reliable to young people. So what the government is trying to do here is the government put in place like the tax to telecoms. You have telecoms in their Gambia where they actually provide internet connectivity. Before it was like very expensive, you know, young people like us couldn't afford it. So in order to connect to the internet, you have to go to universities, libraries, and etc. to make sure that you have internet connectivity. So here we're talking about how we can make it accessible and affordable. So the government comes with a framework that is the PURA, there is a public regulator that is responsible for that. So they come with this framework to reduce the tax for the urban areas, the rural areas, where internet connectivity has been a challenge for those young people. So, and as well, Open Gambia comes with this project, with this initiative to create open networks where those young people as well, when the internet connectivity is affordable and accessible, they can actually go and register themselves and do online courses, have access to jobs, and do digital marketing, and they will actually base in their areas. There's no need for them to come to the town or the urban areas to make sure that they have this internet connectivity and for it to be reliable to them. Yes, thank you.
So what according to you would you say is the future of open networks? Do you think who do you think would be the main service provider in the future?
Pardon?
Who would provide the access to the network in the future? Do you think this needs to be done through government or through private participants?
I think it's both.
Okay.
Both private and non-NGOs and government. Government is playing his own part by making sure that they put in these frameworks to reduce taxes to private sectors. So it's now for the private sectors and NGOs like Open Gambia is doing. They actually wait until the government reduce those kind of things so that it can be easy for those people. And then you look at the GSM operators as well. So we have like 4 GSM operators companies in Gambia, and now the fifth one is coming, which is actually one of the greatest thing I can actually see in the Gambia. And Gambia is actually growing in the digital era rapidly, because before we don't have digital Ministry of Digital Economy, but now we have one, and they're actually transforming into the digital world, be part of the digital world. Yeah.
Do you have concerns about data as a result of this?
Yeah, data is one of the, I can say data is one of the areas that the government is most concerned about, and young people as well. I advocate for data protection, and then we have, right now there is a bill that is at the National Assembly, yet not voted yet, but like we're advocating for young people to know their rights and to protect their data. Because, okay, you look at the GSM operators, they have your data, who you talk to daily. So as a young person, you go to different countries, like when I was in Qatar, when I was coming, in order for me to stay connected, I had to use VPN to make sure that I connect with family and friends. In Gambia, I didn't even know that I have to use the VPN. So in Gambia, like I use VPN, but like not much, because it's not a restriction for us. So these are things that mechanism and frameworks that we can put in place to make sure that data are protected for young people, and it's because you should have the right to data. Data should be one of the the data should be protected no matter what. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think speaking of connectivity, let's zoom out onto the global stage. So Vanshika, I'd love to bring you in here. Your work on climate initiatives at the Asian Development Bank kind of puts you at the intersection of development and sustainability. And given the ongoing debate about whether institutional reform can keep pace with the rapidity of intervention that climate activists are very actively advocating for, can you tell us a little bit about what your insider perspective is? What is a climate first agenda? How does that look for a development bank? What does sustainability look like for a development bank?
Sure. Thank you so much for that question. So I'll kind of break down my answer on multiple fronts because there are many layers to it. And I'd like to throw light on actually the fact that entities, and as we very rightly said, that when we think about redrawing, the economy, polity, society from a youth perspective, climate is right at the forefront, and therefore institutional change across the public, private sector, institutions such as development banks is absolutely paramount. What has been good to see is that institutions like the Asian Development Bank have actually been quite proactive and been quite a first mover in making that change. And what does that look like? So, for instance, the bank back in 2019 actually pivoted to being the climate bank for Asia Pacific and beyond. And that has meant that climate as a focus being cross-cutting across sectors. As we know that most of the climate spotlight has gone to sectors such as energy, industries, mobility and transport. But sectors such as health and education have been laggard sectors. So the bank, along with other MDBs and other institutions in the development space, are taking that step to bridge that bridge this gulf. If we look at the global disease burden, 75, or rather, let me correct myself, 25% of the global disease burden is linked to environmental risks. Yet only 0.5% of multilateral climate finance till now has gone to health. And this gap has only been identified in the past few years. So when you actually kind of look at the chronology, you see that evolution and that agenda building has been very rapid. And internationally, if you want to understand the timeline, according to the World Economic Forum's global risk outlook as well, in the short, medium, and long term, climate and health come as the major risk factors. And children are at the forefront of it. A child born today, children and youth, a child born today will witness a world that is 4 degrees warmer than pre-industrial levels, and that impact will be experienced from infancy to adulthood in all forms, be it all kinds of health diseases, physical, mental, and the social and economic challenges that come along with it. Therefore, what I'm happy to share is that this gap is being filled, and as we move from agenda building, now there is a shift towards piloting and project operationalization, because for development banks as entities, any package of solutions has to be bankable, has to be cross-sectoral, and projects are very long drawn. So they're usually at least 4 to 5 or 7 years long on average. So how do we bring together interventions, stakeholders across the board? So within this, the sector
being, for instance, climate and health being critical. As I said, youth as a demography is a leading role to play, not only as the fact that they're one of the first to be hit, but also as solution providers. And therefore, we're making sure that as we expand engagement from sovereign client countries to bringing the private sector, innovators, entrepreneurs, what does the landscape look like? Be it for extreme weather events, for challenges such as heat stress, urban air pollution, climate-ready human resource for health, blended finance for climate and health solutions. So we're looking at a whole spectrum of possibilities, and I'm happy to tell you that it's not just the ADB, but also entities like World Bank, which have also set up climate and health program. We have the Climate and Health Initiative and other entities in this ecosystem. And just to add that on the climate skills front, by 2030, it's expected that we need at least 24 million people with climate skills. But as of now, only 1 in 8 are trained in climate skills. And what does climate skills even entail? I think for a lot of people, you think of probably, solar engineer or somebody with only technical expertise. But actually, it's a whole bunch of things, because you need, institutions are evolving, there's landscape ecosystem evolution, you need people who will focus on environmental policy with data analysis. So even that kind of skilling and training is very, very important.
So we've talked a lot about the intersection of health and climate, but but you also mentioned something about multi-sectoral involvement. So I'm curious if there is a lot of non-traditional sectors that you're also looking to invest in.
Right. So actually, the non-traditional sectors are the human and social development sectors that when we were having that chat and we were talking about. So these have been the laggard ones. But of course, as a development bank, there has been huge focus on mobility, transport projects, on, as I mentioned, industries. So a lot of work has already been happening there. But this has been such a gap. So now what has been announced in the commitments that we have include that, in social and human development sectors, every project will have at least 15% of climate finance, to make sure that the bank members, staff members, as well as external stakeholders, senior leadership across public, private sector are trained. We have new courses which have a huge accelerator courses, which have a huge climate focus, and because as development banks, as multilateral entities, there's huge scope for identifying global best buys, developing joint methodologies and reviews, and kind of bringing the regions and the best of possibilities across nations. So that has also been a focus in these non-traditional sectors.
So what I'm finding fascinating in nearly all the conversations we've had so far is that we keep circling back to education and skill development somehow. So Manasi, I'd love to bring you in. You are our academic on this panel, and you're researching the blue economy in Seychelles, where it's interesting to note also that tourism accounts for about 70% of GDP. Tourism is also a major climate contributor. And so I'd love for you to sort of connect the dots here for us between sustainability efforts, educational reform, and also how do we equip the young Seychellois for a sustainable world without profiting from what we now know is a dying ecosystem?
Thank you for having me. Actually, you connected the dots very well for me because I can answer that question straight up, but my co-panelists have done such a good job in laying that foundation because I teach Gen Z. I have that paradoxical generation in my classroom. So as background, I work at the University of Seychelles, and the population of the Seychelles is 104,000 people. That's it. So my student body is also logically very small. I've got about 400 to 500 students currently at this university. And we are the only university in Seychelles. And fun fact, our classes are predominantly, I would say, dominated by women. Girls tend to outnumber boys. And I've understood from my friend from the Gambia that this is trending across Africa and possibly around the world. So for my students, their world seems to be defined by very rapid technological changes and very rapid socio-political changes as well. But they are a generation that while, Yes, they've inherited some fantastic things. Climate-wise, they have not inherited such a great world. Living in the Seychelles, coming from a small island development state, my students are very aware of the negative impacts of climate change because we are living it and we are seeing it every day. We see the rising sea levels. We see changing weather patterns. We're living it almost every day. And they tend to push for, I think, more radical action. And the country as a whole has voiced or come to take a stand with respect to climate change. So the Seychelles launched a Blue Economy Framework in 2018. And it is a model that is centered around environmental conservation, social equity, as well as just making sure that things are sustainable and the ocean is used responsibly. Its resources are used responsibly for future generations. The University of Seychelles also has a Blue Economy Research Institute that it launched around the same time. So my students are very radical, they are very outspoken, and as an example, I've got this youth-led NGO that most of my students are a part of, and a couple of years ago, they collected a lot of plastic from the beaches and from the seas, and they set up this tunnel in the middle of my capital city, Victoria, and it was placed in such a way that it forced pedestrians to walk through this tunnel of plastic. And they were trying to raise awareness about how marine species are living in their ecosystems surrounded by plastic, and how we at the end of the day tend to consume this plastic because we tend to eat what we take from the oceans. It's this kind of radical and innovative approaches that you're seeing from Gen Z. But a major concern is if they perceive inaction from our side, from an institution or from a generational perspective, if they perceive inaction, could it lead to disillusionment and could it lead to disappointment? So the Seychelles has taken a number of different initiatives with respect to blue economy. We were the first country to launch a blue bond in the world, and it was valued at around 15 million US dollars. We are also the country that declared 30% of its marine space a marine protected area in 2020 at the height of COVID. And we are one of the few countries that managed to meet that SDG goal well ahead of its time. But at the end of the day, we do need to consider how are we factoring Gen Z into decision making? How are we factoring Gen Z into leadership decisions? So at the university, we have a Senate committee, and students form part of that committee. And one of the loveliest things about living in a country that has such a small population is that these students will go to a meeting and the president of Seychelles will attend. Why? Because he's the vice chancellor of the university, obviously. So they get to have that one-on-one time with the president, with the leader of the country, and they tend to voice their opinions and their issues and their concerns straight into the ears of the country's leadership. And I will come back a little bit to the question of education. We've heard such good perspectives here about education, and I come from an institution that continues to be a little bit rigid. Higher education, in my opinion, is still a little bit rigid. And I say this from the example that you have a student who attends 12 weeks of a semester and then sits a 3-hour exam, and that is how we measure that student's progress, and that is how we ascertain whether that student is now ready for a degree. And I feel that there are many other ways that we can test our students on their progress and on their intelligence. And I would like to advocate for a more evolved curriculum, not just future-proofing, but also one that tends to connect more with industry and jobs and workplaces, and one that is perhaps a little bit more global in terms of citizenship. And lastly, perhaps a little bit more interdisciplinary learning. Climate change is cross-cutting, and I have students who are not only learning about climate change, but learning about how to bring in economics, how to bring in social changes, how to bring in political changes. So these are all things that I feel that we can do a little bit more coming from higher education. And I'll just stop on this note. My students are the generation that grew up with a smartphone in their hand. And the digital overload that I see them facing, the fact that there is not much conversation at higher education levels around mental health. As a university, we tend to put so much stress on academic performance. But is that a cost that we can truly afford in this era, in this landscape, in this world? Thank you.
A follow-up question, Malshi. You closed on a note about mental health, and again, thank you for tying all of these perspectives in together with your answer. You also at some point brought in gender and how the rates of enrollment are changing, which is wonderful news as well. What I'm curious about is, from the mental health perspective, how much of this is future-related anxiety? So climate anxiety, jobs anxiety. I mean, in every possible way, the future is more uncertain. Charlotte spoke about a VUCA world. How much of this is future-related anxiety, do you think?
Lovely question. A little bit future related, yes. Okay, no, a lot future related, but also anxiety and stress because of the rigidity and the requirements that's placed on them from a higher education institute that perhaps does not understand the generation that is coming up. When you have lecturers who are in their 40s or in their 50s or in their 60s, who are perhaps very pedantic on how they want their course to be run and how they want their assignments to be done, I feel that from a higher education institution, there needs to be a little bit more consideration towards the fact that this is a generation that is quite new to us. This is a generation that we totally don't understand, but we have the responsibility to make the safe space for them and to understand them. So a lot of the mental stress is also because of where they're coming to for the degree, right? And I have more girls than boys, so I'm not too sure whether that is a pressure as well on our young men, that they perhaps do not feel that they are equipped to come to these institutions and to get the degree, and they prefer to perhaps try alternative avenues, which is perfectly fine. But I do have now this situation where I have more girls. They are definitely a little bit more stressed. They tend to veer towards perfectionism and wanting to get everything right and being feared to be seen, which I think that as a university, we cannot afford this cost. This is the generation that has inherited a world where climate change is ravaging their future, and we cannot afford to send them out into the world without thinking holistically about their development, not just their academic performance.
Thank you, and thank you for reminding us all not to be pedantic. And finally, Ram, you're shaping policy for what is the most populous country in the world and arguably the youngest population or the largest youth population in the world. This, like anything else, gives us both opportunities and challenges. For one thing, I think Gen Z's policy making will be very much shaped by the fact that they're growing up in a much more interconnected world than any prior generation. So as Gen Z enters the policy making workforce, what kind of international relations can we expect in the future? What is the future of foreign policy?
Thank you very much for having me. I think all of my colleagues have spoken extensively about challenges, so I would rather focus on opportunities and a little bit of a positive picture, if I may say so. I mean, from India, I work in government, I work in foreign ministry, so some of the things that I will talk about is largely from that perspective. So to begin with, in India, if I can say from a government perspective, every policy measure that's coming out, it could be traditional security, it could be trade and economics, it could be internationalization of our education system, or it could be data privacy, or new 5G and 6G policy that we are talking about. Everything has in mind how it's going to affect our largest consumer base, which is the youth of the country. 65% by whatever age group, however you categorize it, they are the largest consumers. They are the largest constituents for the government. In few years, many of them will vote in every election, and many of them will vote quickly. So keeping that in mind, governments are making policy. So as we speak, from an Indian government perspective, I would say that we are very much aware of it. A lot of our inputs are based on how the new generation is reacting, using the tools. How government has learned very fast. I will tell you, not very long back when I joined service, all that we would issue is a very dry, lengthy press statement, which we'll hand over to printouts to the press corps, and after about 2 days, we'll put it up on our website. Now we are on about 24 platforms, and every time our foreign minister, our prime minister travels abroad, has an engagement, we have got video clips tailored for every one of the mediums, from a 3-minute video for a Twitter outgoing to a 12-second or a 13-second Insta reel to everything. So it shows that the governments are alive, they want to reach and they want to engage the population. Again, we are assuming that governments are only making policy. So the way the younger generation is engaging with technology, because many of them are, the consequences or the implications or where they are headed is not clear to even policymakers. Some of the technologies we talked about now. So, but we will learn from how the younger generation is using them. In a very, I can give you an example. Cultural diplomacy is where, all the governments, we engage in cultural diplomacy. We send troops, music concerts we organize. You see the younger generation using, connecting new tools, making Insta reels, and they are popular in some other corner of India. So when a foreign dignitary comes to India, he says, you have a rapper called Humankind who is viral in every platform in my country, and then I will Google and see who is Humankind and why is he popular in thousands of kilometers from India. So I would say there is need for an awareness of the challenges we face, but at the same time there is no need for a pessimism. So I think every generation, I am old enough to remember, both in terms of the generational gap, and also skepticism about technology, new and emerging technologies, to remember that people would say Generation X, we don't know what this generation stands for. It's a very confused generation. We don't know where they are headed. They're ideologically, we don't know where they're going to land up. Similarly, a great phobia about, including in India, about what computers and internet would do, computers particularly would do to unemployment. You look now after 30 years and our largest exports are in services sector based on the software economy. So I would say that while we are required to be aware of the challenges, like all my co-panelists talked about, but there is no need to be so pessimistic about it. And we have to trust the new generation, they will, and we have I always recall my grandparents and parents looking at us with a degree of skepticism. What's he going to do? What are they going to do? We are much more smarter. This guy is so unfocused or whatever it is. But I'm sure we all learned it well, and we are facing the new challenges. So let us have trust in Gen Z and the new generation. I'm not at all discounting the challenges, but I'm saying there is no reason for cynicism or fear of what's going to come, but rather a little bit more of an optimistic outlook is what we need probably. So that's what I'm bringing to the panel.
Thank you. But quite specifically, I'm also curious, how do you think they will shape foreign policy? Like, how do you think when Gen Z is in charge of our world, how do you think international relations will change? We know, for example, that Gen Z has a much more empathetic approach, at least globally, towards issues like migration. We know that they are in favor of peace-building efforts. What do you think are the specific changes that we will see when Gen Z inherits the policy framework?
So, my own observation, we already have, new batches in the government service who are, borderline Gen Z. So one thing is their comfort level with technology. Technology is a horizontal cross-cutting, it's both a policy-making tool as well as a variable in its own way. So they are much more comfortable, and they look at technology as a major segue, a major tool for every policy solution, which was not so much in earlier generations. So that, whether you are talking about migration, climate change, sustainability, any of the SDGs, some of them we talked about here, or even traditional areas of security, which will bring us to, we have been talking about with industry, we have been talking about militarization of AI, which is one of the concerns. global conversations are happening on that. So everywhere they bring in a very fresh perspective and a perspective that is not fearful of the technology, I would say, to the conversation. They're much more comfortable with, I'm in charge of this technology rather than I will let the technology dictate how I'm going to deal with this. So that is a major change I observe.
Thank you. Before we open up to the audience, let's end with one closing remark from each of our panelists. So I would like to request each of you to propose one radical change in your respective area that you think would genuinely empower Gen Z by the year 2034. And here's the key. What are you willing to personally sacrifice to make that change happen? So single sentence answers, please, and in rapid succession. Let's start with you, Ram.
I would say it's a bit patronizing for me to say I'm going to sacrifice something, but I don't have to look for one or two or three things where I'm going to let go, and so this is going to happen. So it's in my own survival instinct that I adopt to them, rather than I am doing any favor to Gen Z so that they can better adopt. It's the other way around. The generations before, they need to look out for themselves. They need to be alert on their toes because they are going to be extinct species if they don't. So it's actually the other way around in my view.
I would say, as a Gen Z, we're already sacrificing a lot for ourselves. And being a young person, advocating for a lot for young people like me and others who are actually facing challenges in our workplaces, in our educational systems, many more. So I think we're already doing a lot for ourselves. The only thing we need is from you guys to make the sacrifices for us. Thank you.
So professionally, I'd say the areas that I outlined are very seminal and very new. So there will be an evolution from more strategy and upstream activities, very specifically to more downstream operations. And by 2034, would really like to be part of the pool of people kind of globally working and actualizing and delivering on-ground solutions on this front. And I think personally, as was very well put by our fellow panelists here, that even I see that way, that not as a personal commitment, not as a sacrifice, but actually the fact that as a big contribution, as a young person myself, really value the platforms and the spaces that I've had opportunities to, that have given me good grounding and good, I would say, spaces for either you call it dress rehearsals or upskilling. And that's a continuous commitment that I have, that in whatever way possible to bring young people in more decision making, be it through having more engagement, informal, more councils, bringing the youth cross demography within sectoral focus in whatever that we're doing. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I think a supportive higher education environment that nurtures well-being as well as academic performance. So in a nutshell, a degree with a heart, and that's not a sacrifice, that's an investment. Thank you.
How powerful was that? I love that. I'm so in support. I honestly think for us, there's actually two questions we need to be asking ourselves. It's not just what are we sacrificing, but what are we going to radically commit to? And so from my seat, and I think Pagor and Malshini, and you also spoke so well to it around the opportunities that exist in front of us, we need to challenge ourselves as leaders. Every single person sat in this room has had invitation here because you're a leader in your own right. How are we going to challenge ourselves to show up better, more committed, and more completely as leaders? If we think we sit in this room without blind spots, we are heavily mistaken, right? By virtue of ongoing learning and development, we should be questioning and challenging ourselves with, what is it I don't know today? It is the single best question we can be asking ourselves. From a sacrificial perspective, I'm willing to give my seat up at the table. And I seriously mean that. I think one of the biggest and strongest commitments we can make, recognizing this generation is going to compose 30% of our workforce in all areas and domains by 2030, I believe. The biggest thing we can commit is to giving them working opportunities to start figuring it out with support. They have huge energy, huge engines for activism. I think you said it, huge willingness to do radical innovation and reform if they are enfranchised in the conversation. So our responsibility, how am I creating opportunities for you today, even if I don't think you look ready? And how do I stand behind you and support you in the process of that? That is a huge commitment we can all make in areas with opportunities that sit in front of us with our own organizations and our own people around us. So that's one thing I would really like to commit. The other thing I think really important for us to consider too is how, from a technology perspective, do we encourage the conversation of optimism moving forward around how do we look at technologies as an optimization opportunity for us as a species, as a people, rather than an inherent risk or a challenge to our future. And I think that's going to require a conversation from both sides as leaders ourselves. How do we become more present? How do we listen better? I would like to challenge you in your next panel to see how long you can stay off your phone before you feel the need to touch it. We are setting the example of what presence and attendance and attention looks like. So, how are we going to do that and use technology as an optimization instead of a distraction? So I leave you with that as a bit of a thought and a challenge if you so wish to take it.
Okay, I'm going to give a slightly more radical, earnest answer. I would increase the rights of young people, non-adults. I would give them some of the rights that adults currently have at the legislative, national, societal level, especially in education. And what I would sacrifice is compulsory education, maybe with the hope of fostering a more efficient, effective, consensual education.
Brilliant. Thank you, everyone. And I think we'll move on to audience questions if there are any.
Hi, this is Manish Chand, Center for Global India Insights. I'm a little uneasy about this term Gen Z. I get the feeling that it tends to exoticize them. And as you're saying that probably young adults or younger generation would be better. That's number one. Also, I feel that, we need to have systematic studies of how foreign policy decisions, choices, impact the young generation. That is, for example, now today, for example, is the age of polycrisis. You have conflict in all corners and how young people are affected. Youth is a repository of idealism. Imagine the kind of damage it's doing to their psyche, because of the choices made by our leaders who are caught up in the geopolitical games. So we need more studies of youth-centric foreign policy and the impact of foreign policy choices on younger generation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Did you have a question to any of our panelists?
How do we do these studies? Can the ministry, for example, Raghu is there, or are some studies being undertaken? I'm not familiar with that. So maybe one of the panelists can talk about it.
Would anyone like to take that?
In terms of studies, not specifically targeted at Gen Z or a particular generation, but yes, how do they affect every segment of the population, which is, when it comes to India, it is the largest constituency, as I said. But again, I am again playing a bit of a devil's advocate here, that this is something that's happening in only in our lifetime, and it hasn't happened ever before, is something that I don't subscribe to. The factors may be different, the situation may be different, but every 20 years, 30 years, if I look at my parents' generation, I look at my grandparents' generation, the factors may be different, but everybody thought they are at the cusp of something either big or something very difficult, or so I would rather be a little bit more, I would say, measured and little bit more circumspect when we talk about a new generation that is in a very unique way getting affected, particularly in a negative way. But I would rather say that the younger generations are probably better equipped because there are better tools, there are better conversations like this happening. It didn't happen when we were in school. I have never, or my grandparents. So in that way, there is a greater degree of awareness. There is greater degree of inputs into the policy. I am not aware of any time, at least in India, where the government, every ministry, every department, every policy making body is so self-aware about this particular segment, how it is affecting them, and to reach out and do consultations with the particular stakeholders. I don't think it has ever been the case. So I would say that I wouldn't say we are doing everything that we should be doing, but I'm saying we are doing better than any time in the last probably 40, 50 years when it comes to engaging the younger population. So that's what I would feel.
Just to add to that, in terms of phrasing and, as you mentioned, studies and focusing on youth and involving more youth on topics important to them, I'd like to throw light on a community that I've been part of that I think has been very, very empowering and doing some great work. So this is the Global Shapers community, which is a World Economic Forum initiative for people under 30 in different cities, 400 cities across the world, and a lot of critical topics, climate related, where they've actually used the terming of generation restoration. So they've actually put together youth councils, both continent-wise and globally, to work on specific tracks, specific work streams around climate. Similarly, what they do is that not only the regular programming, but also Black Swan events as we experienced during COVID, they made sure that there was a COVID International Steering Committee that was put together for the young global shapers, where there were 10 of us, which I was also part of, where we actually worked with the headquarters in supporting, hand-holding the 400 hubs on COVID response at a ground level through these like youth hubs. And I've been very pleasantly surprised to see how much space they've given to young people and kind of given a seat at the table where we've been part of these councils, but also then given additional spaces through intergenerational opportunities where we're working with or jointly problem solving with maybe like a CEO level, C-suite level members, or like ministerial level representatives. So there are entities that are doing great work here, maybe a little lesser known, but thought I'll throw light on it.
I was just going to build on the very same point, which is I think the overall sense for this generation is the time for talking and researching is done. We really need to move into action. So the key question for me is not how do we better research this generation? The key question for me is how do we actually engage this generation in a conversation and provide them seat and access to the conversation itself? No longer what might be the impact, tell me what is the impact to you. No longer what could this decision mean for you? Tell me how would you decide around this and what is your rationale and reasoning for that? So I think for us a big opportunity here, and I think you began to touch on it, every country, every organization, every system is going to look at this slightly different because it means different things for different people in different places around the world. We're not going to give a one-stop shop global solution here. But I think, if you're in a position of political power, is there a conversation to be had about voting ages and the ability to vote at a younger age and get involved in the system sooner? If you're in a position of power around, access to opportunities to represent, in Parliament, the age for some countries is 25. In other places, it's as young as 18. So we look at that and I say, is there opportunity there to re-examine? You asked me earlier the question around, do we need to review the system? And I would say strongly yes. When we look at businesses and we look at working groups, we tend to look for people's academic qualification to say, who's the smartest person I'm going to invite to this room? Can we challenge that? Can we look at the people that are active and present and communicative that could be presented an opportunity to start getting working experience by joining those working groups. So from that lens, I would just challenge, I think the research question is a really valid one, because I sense what you're really asking here is how do we better understand impact? And I would simply say that is one approach. The other that is very present and available to us if we so wish to challenge ourselves to undertake it is a difference of action on our side.
Can I go to very briefly? I don't pretend to answer the question directly, but more to speak about this idea of exoticizing Gen Z, or your claim that this is just old people saying young people these days are weird, it's happened all the time. I think there's a difference now, which is that we're very focused on kind of creating an ontology of young people, categorizing them, classifying them into Gen Z, millennial, etc. This is different a little bit, and I think we have to admit that this comes from a focus on them as consumers. The people who come up with these terms are marketers, right? And so that maybe, if a study needs to be done, also maybe around the rights of kids or young people to be seen as consumers and being subjected to that kind of power differential between the consumer and the producer.
We can take one more question, I'm told.
Hi. So, Kara Engilwood again. I'm coming from the heart of the Silicon Valley. And so I want to touch on a very important point about Gen Z and mental health. So roughly half, like 47% was announced recently are experiencing mental health. And unfortunately, I see this all the time, especially from the heart of high tech. And what's interesting that more we are in high tech, you want to go low tech. And the fact that, you know, a lot of things are popping up, even in San Francisco or other places like board game parlors or, you know, pottery shops, etc., tells that what we need to do, we need to create not distorted digital reality for young generation, but, you know, create in-person, offline experiences. And in that sense, what I'd like to maybe ask you and challenge you, in a sense, creating some sort of mentorship I would say, you know, age, or I would say different age group where they can come for mentorship, for some sort of support, guidance, because many times when they're coming out of this digital world, they don't know where to go. They don't know what to do, really.
May I love that you've raised this. When we think about mentors, and you think of a mentor in your mind, who do you envision? I think up to this point, societally, we have always looked up to our elders. And there's huge wisdom that we bring to conversations that an incoming generation simply doesn't have, particularly from a social engagement perspective, an influencing perspective. There is a capability and a wisdom that we bring of what works and what doesn't, right? And how we can help shape, form, build this talent of tomorrow. But it should, at this point, be a two-way street, because there is plenty that we as a generation are not understanding and getting. And so mentorship as we know it really is going to start to evolve, in that if we do the next phase well in our history, in our making as a people and a collective, to solve the big problems we have on the table today, which are at times feeling insurmountable, we are going to require all generations, all hands on deck to be involved in that conversation. And they bring their own creativity, radical innovation of thinking. I love this Roblox piece that I was mentioning to you. The size of Brazil play that game every month, right, as Gen Z. That is a phenomenal amount of creative thinkers in the making. How do we engage that level of thinking to open our minds as well? So two-way mentorship is going to be incredibly important, and I think it's going to support the mental health of all of us. You know, the world has become an incredibly lonely place. I don't know how many of you have felt it in a weekly or a monthly basis. We are sat in the middle of a loneliness pandemic. Mental health is not unique to Gen Z, it's for all of us. We've seen an upshot in suicide, anxiety, depression, globally at all ages. This just happens to be the generation suffering the most. So I love your question because I think that question supports and benefits all of us if we do this well and if we're willing to put our egos aside and say, I'm going to learn from you today. What can you teach me about X, right? And that when I do leadership development, when I'm working with leaders all over the world, I'm really looking for us to challenge our traditional ways of doing things and thinking for the betterment of all of us. Thank you.
Okay, I would want to say one or two things. Being a Gen Z, it is very, very important, like what Shai was actually talking about, giving opportunity to young people. Like, it is actually unique being the only Gen Z here, and I'm so happy. So, actually, you know, being a Gen Z and trying to mentor young people, it's like one of the greatest things that I'm actually doing right now. So, if we have that opportunity from you guys, you know, having young people here, trying to tell them, like in Kigali, after my roundtable in 2023, Hebashans actually told me that I want to be your mentor. I was like, that is amazing. From there, I was given a bigger panel in Cape Town Conversation to talk about, to speak on digital public infrastructure, sharing a stage with experts. And I'm not even an expert on that area, and I'm still learning. So these are opportunities that, you know, you guys are giving, and it's incredible. So I would say you're doing great, but just keep pushing and keep, you know, inspiring young people like me to, you know, work hard and to do great impacts as well. Thank you.
I think that's a wrap. Thank you so much for...
That's an intergenerational agreement.
Yeah. I think that's the note we all wanted to end on. So thank you. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon with us.
And founder, Global Focus Center. Please welcome. Thank you. And let me also introduce our guests. Sunjay Chinoy, Director General, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, India. Werner Faslabend, President, Austria Institute for European and Security Policy. Priyank Mathur, Leonid Nersisyan, Senior Research Fellow, Applied Policy Research Institute, Armenia. Priyank Mathur, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Mythos Labs, United States. Stephanie Fenghart, Director, International Institute for Peace, Austria. And Sergei Tyryan, Chief Information Security Officer, Digitain, Armenia. Please welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will only be here for the introductory remarks, just to set the stage and frame our discussion a little bit. I'm very happy to be in Yerevan. It's my first time, and I am beyond impressed with the city. I'm also happy to be contributing to the gender balance, which I think is something we're going to have to improve a little bit on in the next editions. And since we're talking about how technology has changed conflict, I would like to pick up on something that's been said earlier by the Hungarian Minister of Foreign Affairs, because he said conflict doesn't end on the ground, it ends at the negotiating table. And I think that's something we might want to discuss or perhaps challenge. Because we are in the one place in Armenia which has seen how one other country can use this to extract concessions by making an incursion into a neighboring country, establishing a status quo and essentially forcing the victim country to negotiate. The same has been happening with Russia in Ukraine. And increasingly, I think, as Zbigniew Pisarski was saying earlier, if one bully can do that, then everybody else can turn this into a strategy, because the frontiers of conflict have been fluid, and it is hard to even define what constitutes a conflict and what doesn't. So then you can easily operate in this gray area and try to get away with murder without by getting everything that you want and without really being responsible for it. Now, a lot has been discussed also about changing world order, and I think it also merits saying that different powers seize the opportunity of a changing world order, perhaps not being appropriate any longer for global realities, to go beyond peaceful means to challenge the existing world order. And why do we need a world order anyway? Well, we need it, I guess, for goals that we all agree on, which is to have peace, prosperity, and stability worldwide. But let's not fool ourselves. When everything is fluid and in flux and changing, there's a world of opportunity for each and every individual actor not to necessarily push a collective agenda of peace and freedom and stability, but rather their own individual interests and agendas that might have nothing to do with world peace. They might just have a lot to do with immediate interests for that moment, for that particular actor, and with contestation becoming a trend, the temptation is there to throw away the rule book altogether, which we could argue might have happened with conflict or not. We will see in our discussion. Challenging the existing order without proposing alternative rules, proposing no rules altogether, because it's easier to operate in an unregulated space. That is also a strategy that individual actors can use when everything is up for grabs. Hence, we see the multiplication of conflicts. And as I was saying earlier, we have hybrid, undefined conflicts. We have conflicts that we don't even recognize as such. We have attacks, let's call them that, against civilians, against society at large, whether through misinformation, disinformation. We have attacks against civilians. Again, we see this in Gaza, we see this in Ukraine. We have false flag operations, where again, the perpetrator doesn't take responsibility for what they do. We have attacks with new weapons, with drones. Again, that minimizes the risk for the perpetrator, opens a world of possibilities also for those trying to defend themselves. And we have a mix of old and new technologies. We see again, I will give the example of the conflict in Ukraine. We see how important technology is, and then at the same time we see how it doesn't solve all the problems, because you still need the people to be able to use them, and you still need a host of conventional equipment. And then last but not least, we have things like starvation, denying people access to sanitation, something that we have seen in Gaza repeatedly and in other parts of the world, which is also a form of warfare, but not necessarily one that we can, that international law always recognizes as such. And again, it operates on the borderline. So all of these things we're going to try to clarify today with our speakers. I have asked them to keep their remarks very short, so we will have 15 minutes at the end for the Q&A session. I will ask you to keep your questions as focused and short as possible, and if possible, not comments, but rather questions, so that we can have an interaction. And with this, let me move here. I hope this is also on. I think now it is. Okay. Sunjoy, not just because you're, oh, sorry. I was thinking of ORF too much. Not just because you're sitting closest to me, but I want to ask you about continuity and change. There are things that change, there are things that never really do. How would you define them? What do you think has changed? What do you think has not?
So let me begin by firstly kind of commenting on what you just said. One of the biggest problems today in the current global order is the inability of the United Nations Security Council to fulfill its role. It's essentially responsible for maintaining peace, security, and committing itself to the broad notion of development, and it's utterly failed. And the one clear reason why it's failed is it's really refused to reform itself over the past 8 decades or so. So the real question is, do you throw the baby out with the bathwater? The answer is no. I think it's a very good system, and simply because it has certain infirmities, it doesn't mean that the current global order should be challenged. But it's very clear that there has been no reform since 1965. The last time that there was any reform at the United Nations in the Security Council was when the non-permanent membership went up from 6 to 10, and that was way back in 1965. There's been no change since then. At the heart of the problem is the fact that there are veto-wielding powers, 5 of them, who don't see eye to eye. Now, they're supposed to work together, even a modicum of cooperation as they did during the Cold War. But today, in this particular era of major power conflict and confrontation, they've utterly failed to do so. So let me just end that capsule by saying the United Nations Security Council is hoist on its own petard. Unless they willingly give up their privileged status and move in for reforms, you're not going to see much of a change there. The second point I want to make is that we must not discount history and geography when it comes to the modern battlefield. And there is a certain continuity. History, the baggage of history is very important. But for me, geography is extraordinarily important. And let me give 3 quick examples. You are aware of Sir Halford Mackinder's heartland theory, and he had emphasized the importance of the heartland. By the way, that's the heartland where a lot of the action is taking place right now in the European theater in Ukraine. And he had spoken about pacifying the rimland in order to be able to dominate the world island and so on and so forth. And we are seeing some of that playing before our very eyes. The second example of geography is what the US strategic thinker Alfred Mahan had said about the Indian Ocean. He had said that whoever dominates the Indian Ocean will dominate Asia, and the Indian Ocean is key to the 7 oceans. And that is playing itself out in the Indo-Pacific today, where you see a country like China, for example, having grown exponentially on the economic front also militarizing, and there is a fair bit of perception throughout Asia about coercion being used by the People's Republic of China, and many countries have misgivings about it. And the third example I want to give is about the South China Sea, where again geography plays a very important role. In 1933, there was a French admiral called Georges Maker, who traveled to 9 islands in the South China Sea and planted the French flag, France then being a dominant power alongside Japan in the South China Sea. He planted the French flag on 9 islands. And in Beijing, there was a self-taught geographer in the Foreign Office. His name was Mr. Pai Mei-chu. Mr. Pai Mei-chu took notice of what the French were doing, and he said that all geography and map making must be in the service of the nation. It must be out of love for your country that you draw maps and make maps. And he made such a map. That's the map that was published in 1936 with the cow's tongue, the U-shaped line, the 9-dash line as we call it today. Fast forward and you find that all these 3 geographies are experiencing a great deal of tumult. So geography is extremely important.
Can I just take the opportunity to make a very quick comeback to you, and I would like a quick answer, precisely because you're from outside of the EU. We like to say in the EU, since we also speak about a world order that's eminently European, that we have overcome history and geography. The EU has had a very troubled history, which comes from a complicated geography. Do you feel that that is the case, and is that something that the rest of the world still aspires to? Or is this just a very isolated phenomenon, both in time and in space?
Look, chaos and order are cyclical in nature. You will never have a period of time in history where there will be order for all times to come in a perennial manner, nor will you have chaos perennially. So this is sort of cyclical in nature, and I would say that Europe at one point of time gave the impression, like Southeast Asia, that it had resolved all its history and geography, the differences and the friction among themselves. But 7 decades later, I would say that the fundamental foundation of Europe has been shaken up, and I do not believe that the world would look to Europe today for any great example of seamless integration.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Leonid, I would like to go to you because we've been discussing a bit about continuity, and you deal with military technology. Do you feel that technology has provided a degree of continuity, or has it provided really disruptive change?
I think that technology always changes, and this is a natural process, but when we had, let's say, decades of maybe not the peace, but much less of war worldwide, the defense technology was not well funded as before. During the Cold War, there was less probably development for after 91 and until 2010. 2015, but then we had the unmanned technologies coming a lot, and we have now also Russo-Ukrainian war, which is making technologies to develop much faster than during the peacetime. So you have all the West thinking about new technologies, you have Ukrainians thinking about technologies, you have Chinese and Russians and Iranians thinking of technologies, and nowadays, during the wartime, you don't need long tests to prove if your technology is bad or good. You just take the civilian FPV drone, put a RPG-7 grenade on it, and try it out if it works or not. And if it's working well, you think of further developments. And nowadays we see a combination of very expensive weapon systems, which large countries tend to procure and construct. And we see the civilian or dual-use tech sometimes showing even more to be even more effective than the expensive approaches. For example, the very well-known to Armenians Turkish Bayraktar TB2 combat drone was not effective at all on the front lines of Russo-Ukrainian war, and after half a year, after the start of it, almost all of them were lost. But we see the civilian tech being used already for 2.5 years, and we see the changes happening there. And we see the larger countries already starting to think about adapting to this new battlefield and about investing in creation of maybe simpler but cheaper and much more mass-produced products. Because we came to a moment when even middle power, which invested into dual use and civilian technologies a lot, into adaptation, can make a very big problems even to countries like Russia, United States. If you have munitions which cost $2,000-3,000 and air defense missiles which cost $2 million, you can't continue for years. Even large countries don't have budgets like that and production capacities. So the thing is about finding the new balance. And while this new balance is found, we will see many aggressive players being more effective, the proxy powers of different states being more effective because of the usage of cheaper technologies, and that can bring some destabilizing factor too.
Thank you very much. I think that's very interesting because it again goes back to the larger topic of changing world order, and then we see how middle powers, as you call them, can exercise actually perhaps an outsized influence depending on the circumstances. Stephanie, I would like to go to you to ask you, beyond the efficiency or lack thereof of these weapons, are there challenges that are that this poses from the perspective of civilians and of the rules of war and of the limitations within which we're used to carrying out conflicts?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much also for the question. I think it's very important that we discuss this issue, especially because things are happening very, very fast. Autonomous weapon system, you were speaking about drones before, you mentioned Bayraktar and others, they're already reality. What we are not having yet are fully autonomous weapon systems, but we do have weapon systems which are already able to target and to engage with a target without actually a lot of human control. There is still some human control there, but I think we need to understand that the direction we are going is that systems are becoming more and more autonomous. And I don't think that in general autonomy in weapon system is something bad. So it's not really a black and white discussion. Obviously, you can use it for very, very, I would say, meaningful purposes. I mean, first of all, you don't really need to put your own soldiers there. So every army would actually like to invest in these systems. And I think it's very humane also to think about that. Or if you think about demining robot systems, like all those things, they are not really bad. The problem, however, is how far are we going to go with these developments in the systems? And is there a possibility that we can actually regulate those systems? So the discussion there in international law is more or less the following, that we are saying within an armed conflict, the international humanitarian law does apply also to autonomous weapon systems. However, we need to understand if they are developing, like how do we actually then frame responsibility? Like at one point, who is responsible for a specific attack at one point? And then we do have the feeling, and we see it very often, that we are tending to over-rely on technical advances. So obviously they can be very, very meaningful, but I mean, we also see how many drones are actually not reaching their targets. It's not only a few, it's actually many. So this over-relying, then we need also to understand like how they are applying their, I mean, especially the deep learning models, how are they actually coming to their conclusions? Are we still understanding what data they are using, what algorithms they are using? And then we also need to consider, and I think it's very important, data is always biased. We know it a lot. We know it especially also from facial recognition systems, like how actually the algorithms are performing, depending on if it's a female, if it's a male, if it's another race. So all those issues are very, very important. And I do think, since we're speaking today about the overall motto of this conference is shaping the future already today. And I think especially when it comes to these topics, we need to discuss Do we need an amendment to existing protocols in international law? What about arms control? I come from the civil society, and I mean, and I'm European, I'm Austrian, and it was mentioned already that the war against Ukraine, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, is the most important security challenge for Europe these days. I think we forget to zoom a little bit outside, because if we look at the bigger picture, we do see that when it comes to what is going on, for example, the war of Israel against Palestinians after the horrible attack of October 7th, might be more important for many, many other states when it comes to how the international world order is still functioning. How credible are we still when we say human rights is applicable? International humanitarian law, it definitely is applicable in the context of the war in Gaza, but we are very silent there. So saying that we want to have an established international order is very, very difficult if we actually do the cherry picking. So we only say international law, humanitarian law is important when it serves us. So I think what we need to do is we need to stick to international law every time and always, and we need to be very, very frank in speaking out about that. And maybe only one more thing, arms control. I hear now is not the times of arms control, because obviously European Union, the European states, especially Ukraine, we are literally facing, I would say, a conventional war, which we thought are a relic of the past. So we're speaking about armament. But nevertheless, I always think if you're arms control is always the time to speak about. If you look at the Cold War, we spoke
I suggest we discuss this in the second round, okay, just so we don't go too much into specifics, which we will do. I want to go to Werner Faslab and to ask about, to continue the discussion on the human factor, and that is under these circumstances, as described, with autonomous weapon systems, with new technologies, how important is the human factor anymore? Not just in decision making and controlling algorithms, but in general, in the carrying out of wars.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most underestimated factor in all the strategies. Otherwise, it would not have been possible that Ukraine could have survived against the Russian invasion and so on. What is the very specific thing about it? Warfare, of course, does follow strategies like it was stated already by Clausewitz 200 years ago. It does have the components of power, of space, and of time. And if you look to power, it's not only the material, but of course it's also the human power. And especially in wars where one party tries to grab land, the human factor is a very decisive one. And what we can see now is that in both cases of the actual warfare now, in Ukraine and also in Gaza, there was a big surprise. Nobody expected that Ukraine really could withstand Russia for 2.5 years now, and after 2.5 years even invade Russian territory. And at the same time, nobody believed that it was possible, that Hamas could withstand this outstanding Israeli army practically a whole year, and they have not even found the head of the Hamas organization. And this shows us very clearly, that weapon systems and armament systems are very important. One must not underestimate them. And you have to also to look at them. I think back very often, when I visited northern Iraq just a few years ago, and I met the Peshmerga troops and asked the commander, what are the lessons for you? What are the most important factors? And he told me then, it's 3 factors. It's drones, it is tunnels, and it is snipers. And I'm thinking very often of this lesson he gave me when I'm talking about Ukraine on the one hand, but also Gaza at the other hand. when he talked about drones, they had drones only, Chinese production for children, you know. This was toys. And they had bought it in Berlin and brought in the north of Iraq. But what followed afterwards was, of course, a revolution. And now this system certainly will revolutionize warfare in the future. In America, they are already discussing whether the next generation of combat aviation really should be constructed, yes or no, due to this fact. And at the other hand, also, there are big discussions about, well, the use of maritime carriers in the future due to this fact of enormous change of technology. What we see, and we were already talking about it, is, of course, that the question of cheap material certainly will be a very decisive one. But what we also could see in the Ukrainian war is that, for example, European countries delivered modern material, but the Ukrainian troops were not able to use it in the just way. And this meant that they fell back more or less to very traditional warfare. And you can see this also in many other cases. And insofar, it is always the question, you know, the human factor, not only the use of the armament, but especially the will of people, not only of the soldiers, but of the whole nation, probably is more decisive than a single very advanced armament system that you can bring into a warfare.
Thank you, and can I use that to go to Priyank, because you mentioned to me before this session that you've been working on counterterrorism as well, and we've been mostly discussing, perhaps with the exception of Gaza, which is between a conflict between a state and a non-state entity, but we've mostly been discussing nation states. And I'm interested if this imbalance and the possibility and the availability of technology favors non-state actors also who have this will to fight, who are very radicalized at times, and then can they do more damage than before because technology actually allows that more than before?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and it's an honor to be with all of you today. So my company does a lot of work using AI and digital media to combat terrorism and violent extremism. And in response to your question, I think there's three ways that we're going to see, and I'll focus more on generative AI and the metaverse because I think these are two emerging technologies that we're already seeing being used by terrorists and in counterterrorism. I think there's three underlying factors that are going to define how these emerging technologies change terrorism. The first is that generative AI is being almost simultaneously adopted around the world. When we talk about state actors using technology, we're talking about large investments, right? Like frontier models in the United States and in China, companies and governments are pouring in hundreds of billions of dollars to develop large language models. But when it comes to terrorists and violent extremists, you're looking at individual use of this technology. And it doesn't cost much money to use generative AI. It costs a lot of money to build it. And terrorists are not interested in building generative AI. They're interested in using it. So one thing that I think is worth noting is that in previous game-changing technologies, let's look at the smartphone, let's look at the internet, there was an adoption delay. The Western world and wealthier countries adopted these technologies years, sometimes even decades, before they became mainstream in the global South. And that was because there were huge barriers to entry, right? If you wanted to have the internet in 1993, you needed a personal computer. Personal computers were very difficult to procure in Nairobi or in Cochin, but they were easier to procure in New York or in London. That is no longer the case with generative AI. All you need today to access ChatGPT or Claude or Inflection or any of these models is a smartphone, and smartphone penetration is huge, especially in the global south. So I think that's going to have profound implications for counterterrorism, because this paradigm that we've created of Western countries having a technological advantage over terrorist groups that are not based in the West is going to shrink a little bit. Because let's look at drones or something. You know, drones are now being used by terrorist actors, but Western governments had access to this technology and the opportunity to master how to use it years in advance. That kind of advantage is not going to be the case with generative AI, which is being adopted all over the world at more or less the same pace. The second way it's going to change things is the ELIZA effect, which I think is not talked about enough when it comes to terrorism and AI. I'm not so worried, and we haven't seen a lot of evidence of, say, major terrorist groups like ISIS or Boko Haram or Lashkar, any of these guys building their own large language models. In theory, that's possible, but we're not really seeing that. What we are seeing is unintentional acceleration of radicalization through AI, and that is enabled by something known as the ELIZA effect, which is named after one of the first chatbots ever created at MIT in the 1960s. And when researchers found that people were talking to it, they realized people started ascribing human qualities to the chatbot when they were describing it. They'd say, I think she's angry at me. I think she liked that thing. Even though it's a chatbot, it's a machine. There was a young man 2 years ago, Christmas Day 2021, Jaswant Singh Chel, a UK citizen of Indian origin, who was arrested for trying to assassinate Queen Elizabeth on Christmas Day, walked up to Buckingham Castle with a crossbow. When the police was going through his cell phone, they found he had exchanged 5,000 messages with a contact named Sarai, who was egging him on, encouraging him to do this act. He said, I'm thinking of killing the queen. And this Sarai person said, oh, you're so brave. I think that's a great idea. I believe in you. They were clearly in a romantic relationship. He was saying things like, would you still love me if I did this? She said, yes, yes, of course I would. We can live together, etc. So the police were hunting for this Sarai. So who is this? Some sort of ISIS mastermind, some sort of cell orchestrator. It turned out Sarai was a chatbot. It was an AI girlfriend. Not a chatbot created by a terrorist group or for any malicious purpose. Chatbot created with the best of intentions. These things are becoming quite popular among especially school-age boys. But it was programmed to encourage the other person, make them feel good about themselves. So the ELIZA effect for terrorism is going to have profound implications, because people who are already vulnerable to radicalization, that pathway is going to be accelerated exponentially when they have access to a 24/7 encourager of their ideas in their pocket. And very, very briefly, the last point is the convergence of multiple new technologies. We are all talking about AI, we're talking about the metaverse separately. But again, the history of technology shows that most game-changing technologies were built on the back of one or more breakthrough technologies. The internet was amazing. Cell phones were amazing, but when you combine the two to create the smartphone, that's the product that really changed global communications. And I think the same thing is going to happen with AI. We're talking about generative AI, we're talking about the metaverse, but what about when you start to see metaverse environments created by terrorists for radicalization that are populated by AI-powered characters, or quantum computer-powered large language models that will be infinitely more powerful than ChatGPT?
Let me pick up on that, and thank you for opening a whole new front of discussion. To go to Sergey and ask, Sergey, you're in the same line of business more or less. Can you give us a notion of what has materialized already or is likely to materialize in the near future? What is the size of the threat? Is that something that terrorist organizations can use at a limited scale, or is that something where we could actually see catastrophic events happening, and also against armies or against civilians just as well?
Thank you. For example, 20 years ago, to make some cyber attack, you need some skills, you need some knowledge. But today, if we speak about the AI, there is a lot of, the GPT models in the dark web, like dark GTP, like, malware GTP and something like this, that you just can write in a few seconds that I need a ransomware, and they build just a ransomware, the custom ransomware for you, and you can send it via email, also using the AI. And this is the main problem today, that someone with zero knowledge about the technology, about the security, just having the 100 or 200 bucks, they can start some cyber attack, for example, on government or on some organization. And today it is the biggest threat. But during that today is the big competition between United States and China, who will be with the leader in the AI. We have, for example, the laws about the privacy in the US, and we have the China without any privacy laws, and that's why their AI models are growing faster. And this is, the thing, because our smartphones and our smartwatches knows about us a lot of things, like what we like to do, our blood pressure, and when we combine that's all, and give it to AI, the AI can predict our next steps, what we'll want to eat after watching Netflix, or what we're gonna do after writing this message to this person. And I think we need some regulation about using that kind of AI globally.
Under the circumstances, Stephanie, let me push you on what you had started discussing, which is arms control. Can we talk about arms control anymore? Can we control these technologies? Do we have the framework, or can we build one?
Obviously, we can build one because we already did it in the past. I mean, there are a lot of conventions. I mean, there's a convention, for example, on the ban of blinding laser weapons. And actually, the states agreed that these kind of weapons shall never be developed. So the thing is, the discussion we are having is when it comes to autonomous weapon systems. As I said, they're already existing, they're already in use. But the question is, like, how far can they go? And should we at least already discuss a ban? And this discussion is ongoing now for exactly 11 years, so it's not a very, very new discussion, to actually ban the development of lethal autonomous weapon systems, meaning in the sense of that there is no meaningful human control anymore applicable. So shall we ban this? I would say yes, and there is also many, many scientists, especially scientists also working with AI, have been advocating for this for many, many years. The question is not that we should ban autonomous weapon systems in general, but to see like how can we procure, let's say, meaningful human control, meaning in the end always the human is responsible, the humans needs to be able to stop a system at one point. So this is the discussion which is ongoing. I think it's a very, very important one, because if those weapons are existing at one point, there is no way we will be able to control them.
Thank you. And Sujan, you were the first one who opened the question of the institutions that are inadequate to what we're discussing here. Do you see a way forward? Because the question immediately following what Stephanie said is, who's going to do that? We need to build the institutions first before we actually build the framework.
So I think it's a major problem with regard to arms control also, because we just had the treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons negotiated kind of in the UN General Assembly, whereas all 9 nuclear weapons powers stayed out of that, including India, because they believe that it's not just the subject matter, but also the processes that are important, and that arms negotiations cannot take place here, there, and everywhere. It's supposed to take place in the CD. So that's one, the Conference on Disarmament in Geneva. The other side of the problem is that there are many such treaties that have been created, but not really brought to fruition. I mean, we are out of the CTBT, India, but the United States of America has signed but not ratified the CTBT. So what good has that done? But let me come back to AI and lethal autonomous weapon systems, because this is a discourse about the changing nature of warfare and both technology and traditionalism in the battlefield. Every age, every war has had a revolution in military affairs. You saw how the advent of the machine gun changed trench warfare, and the massing of troops across open fields in Europe, that changed during the First World War. The Second World War saw, for example, aerial blitzkrieg or mechanized warfare shaping the nature of war. The Gulf War brought in smart bombs and things like that. Now what we are seeing in the last several years is firstly a move towards smarter sensors, smarter integration, network-centric warfare, but that still has the human being behind that technology. It only shortens the what we call the sensor-to-shooter kill chain. But what we are now seeing with the advent of artificial intelligence integrated with the concept of lethal autonomous weapon system is that the human being is out of the equation. To me, it dehumanizes war. It also creates a somewhat unethical means to wage war indiscriminately, kill the largest number of people. In fact, there'll be no fog of war. There'll be no friendly fire. There'll be no blue on blue because AI is going to be so smart about all this. So therefore, the observe, orient, decide, act, the ODA chain in war is going to be heavily curtailed. There'll be no more Rommels. There'll be no Douglas MacArthurs. There'll be no Montgomerys. There'll be no such great, Patton, George Patton, etc., generals that we will talk about, because the emotional, makeup of the commander or the soldier, the character of leadership is no longer relevant. And so we are entering a very dangerous phase of warfare, where this kind of technology is going to create a warfare of the type that we haven't even dreamt of so far.
Before I open the floor to questions, I would like two very quick answers. Werner, from you on, following up on this. We're very much talking about technology and military technique, but is it all political in the end? Because before we regulate technology, we don't seem to be able to hold perpetrators accountable when we have very conventional forms of conflict. So does this still lie with the political decision-making establishment?
Yeah, for sure. Politics will not end with new technologies. You have, if you ask the question, when will a war end? I usually answer this question, it will end when one party has reached its war goals, or both parties realize that they cannot reach their war goal anymore. Then, of course, there can be some talks about it. It will depend on the situation on the battlefield. But politics will be the decisive question. And also, at the other hand, of course, as long as you have different systems and an advantage from one side, it will be very difficult. As long as there is a race between 2 or 3 main actors on the global stage, you always have to be aware that it will be extremely difficult to reach a convention, to reach a consensus about the future warfare or whatever, because the party that has to try, to reach the most advanced one certainly will not do it. And at the moment we are in this situation, and therefore I think it's nice to think about it, but probably the overall global situation is not mature for that.
Leonid, would you agree that it's after all politics that still dominates technology, or are we in a catch-22 situation where we're trying to, catch water, essentially? We try to regulate things, we try to improve decision-making, but technology is something that just has escaped our control altogether.
I don't think that it can totally escape control, but we are in the phase when many countries pursue more and more. And just answering to what Stephanie was saying about arms control, this is probably, unfortunately, one of the worst moments related to arms control, and not only because of the war which is going on, but because of multipolar world strangely coming in, because the biggest arms control issues were mostly solved by US and Soviet Union back that times. 2 players, it's easier to find a solution But nowadays, we had the story with New START treaty, the strategic nuclear weapons, which, okay, fortunately was prolonged by when the Biden administration came, but it's definitely going to be nothing after that, because Chinese will never agree to sign that paper. So, with many other things, including AI, this scenario may happen, and if, for example, China is going into full autonomy, I don't see that other can play the arms control card there, or they're going to be in a very difficult position after that. So maybe, unfortunately, this is a bit of a pessimistic note here. Nuclear weapons. People started about banning nuclear weapons, about controlling nuclear weapons after seeing what happened in Hiroshima, after having thousands of tests, not hundreds, thousands of tests of nuclear weapons. So this is something which could be, unfortunately, applied to the AI in the future too.
Thank you, and let me open the floor to questions now. I will just ask you to raise your hand. I suppose there will be a microphone going around the room. And when you do ask a question, please keep it brief and introduce yourself by name first of all. So if anybody wants to jump in, please do. Yes. We'll be collecting a few questions and then go back to the panel.
Evening. My name's Archushman. My question to the panel is on the changing role of special operations forces given the future of warfare. Doctrines and strategies for special operations forces, particularly over the past 2 decades, have been primarily guided by the circumstances of the war on terror, which has been a prevailing force within the global security agenda during this time. With more multipolarity and the return of interstate competition, how do you see special operations forces strategies interacting with these changing trajectories of international geopolitics? Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Henry Geritan. I'm from the MFF Armenia. First of all, regarding the fully autonomous weapons, if I heard Stephanie Fenkart correctly, she said that there aren't any fully autonomous weapons yet. You haven't said that? Okay. Because I wanted to just make a small remark regarding the Kargu drone, which is developed by the Turkish military-industrial complex. I wanted to know your opinion, because if there are some speculations that it is fully autonomous, or at least, I mean, more autonomous than the usual drones that there are, that we have, but the Turkish side is denying that. And then I also wanted to ask a second question regarding the nexus between the human rights and the technological development. As Sergei correctly mentioned, in certain cases, different countries have different levels of privacy, human rights safeguards, and sometimes these things can either constrain your development or, on the contrary, help you to have a relative advantage with regards in comparison with other countries. And is there a possibility to ask a third question?
Just keep it focused, please.
Yes, and another question regarding the international regulation of autonomous weapons systems. Again, I mean, sometimes the question is whether are we really being honest in our considerations of trying to regulate the things, considering the ethical implications of it on human rights, or it's going to be yet another tool for trying to, try to deter the possible developments in this field? Because if you try
Thank you. I think it's the question is clear already. Yes? And here in front.
I just have 2 questions. My name is Basant Hasib. I'm from Egypt. My first question is to Stephanie. Stephanie said that international humanitarian law could be applicable on semi-autonomous weapons. How is it possible if or how is it possible to apply a law like the law governing the use of force in armed conflict that has principles of accountability, precision, proportionality, when we don't even know who to hold responsible? Is it the machine? Is it the state? Is it the company that developed the technology and sold it to the state? How can we solve this dilemma? The second question, maybe Leonard could answer it, the role of technology companies when it comes to deploying AI weapons or the drones or robotic armies. We've seen like US companies like Planeteer selling technology to Ukraine to help it in the war with Russia, or the US company, I think Ghost Robotics, selling technology to Israel to help it with the small robot system. How far are they players in these kind of wars? Thank you.
So let's go back to the panel, and essentially we have questions very much revolving around regulation and who is responsible and how do we determine this, and whether technology companies have a role, and are we being honest in trying to regulate this? And we also have a question on the future of special operations as related to technology. So whoever wants to pick up on any of these. Yes?
Let me answer about the special operation forces. I would say that many countries already put a lot of emphasis on special operation troops in terms of conventional warfare. And let me just give you the example of Second Karabakh War 2020, where Azerbaijan very much emphasized its Yashma special troops brigades, and this was one of the, not the drones only, this was one of the key factors which allowed them to breach our defenses in several places in the southern part of Nagorno-Karabakh, and then a regular army used these breaches for further army operations. So I think that Russian armed forces very much put emphasis on special spec op troops, starting from 2014 Crimea operation and Syria and now Ukraine. So I think it's pretty trendy now, and not last 1 or 2 years, but probably last decade. So maybe in some of the Western countries which were more focused on counterinsurgency operations, it was more towards solving these issues, but I think it's changing everywhere at the moment.
So John?
I'd say that the nature of warfare is changing very rapidly. It's not just the state that's involved. We've seen examples of a combination of state and non-state actor acting in tandem. There are examples galore, whether it's Ukraine, whether it is West Asia, we have seen this happening. So the problem here is that special forces will always be required, and not necessarily to act in hybrid situations, but also to take out targets that are more to do with, for example, terrorist centers or in anti-piracy operations, to help with, for example, global shipping, in cases where hostages are taken, and this is not necessarily only for your national ends. Special forces are required to tackle global threats also. But more than simply a non-state actor, today we are also seeing the advent of the private sector and big tech in warfare. One clean example is, for example, Elon Musk and the Starlink system. Now it may all appear to be very helpful to the war and all that, but it is actually setting a new trend that you will have, for example, an individual who is capable of saying that I will give the technology in certain circumstances, but if it's your intention to retake Crimea, I will not necessarily share the same Starlink facility. So it's not just state, non-state, but now big tech and private individuals entering the fray. That makes it very complex.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to address the questions about regulation of AI, I have a somewhat maybe controversial opinion on that. I do not think any country can regulate AI. I think there's a better chance that AI will one day regulate what to do with humans. I think there are two main reasons why we cannot, and it sounds farcical right now, but I've seen some of the weapons that have been developed using AI. I've talked to some of the folks who are developing the frontier models. There are maybe 500 or 600 people in the world who truly understand what the most advanced AI generative models are capable of today. And none of them are holding elected office. You cannot regulate what you do not understand. We are now beginning to somewhat effectively try to regulate social media. And social media is like kindergarten compared to AI. So you have senators and congressmen and presidents and prime ministers who cannot understand what social media is. There's no hope that they will ever understand I don't even think most people in the world, including most lawmakers, cannot define what is artificial intelligence. If you ask the next elected official you meet, just give me a definition of artificial intelligence, they won't be able to do it. These are such complicated technologies, and the second reason is, unlike any weapon system in the past, unlike any technology in the past, AI is literally already, if not today, then certainly on the precipice of becoming smarter than human beings. We have never created a force that is smarter than us in the history of mankind. No species has. So we are in uncharted territory. So we can sit here and debate that, okay, we had this treaty for this and that treaty for that. We can throw all that out the window. None of those templates are going to work with AI. It is literally smarter than us. Artificial generative intelligence, artificial superintelligence is going to be exponentially smarter than the smartest human being who ever lived. How can you hope to regulate it? So
I'm tempted to say when you look at the quality of leadership and politics around the world, you get happy that at least somebody's smarter. It's not even difficult. But Werner, I feel like asking you after this. Now what? Are we just heading for the precipice?
Yeah, if we look to the actual situation, you have to say that more or less the battlefield is open. Information about the battlefield is open for everybody. And therefore, I also cited this example of the Peshmerga troops, drones means you can overlook the battlefield. What do you need in such a case? You need tunnels in order to be not visible anymore. And therefore, the development certainly will go into finding new systems in order to hide your capabilities. This will mean new types of submarines on the one hand, but also on the terrestrial battlefields there will be new developments. And in such a case, of course, you also will need professional people, because the third point that I said, the snipers, this means that you need precision systems, precision weapons, and people who can handle them. And insofar, you have to say the tendency, as you said, is of course going a little bit away from the state to non-state actors on the one hand, but also going into a direction of highest professionality in order to master these new technology systems.
Thank you. Stephanie, Sergey, any quick closing thoughts?
Very, very good questions. When it comes to fully autonomous weapon systems, I would say, first, the biggest problem, first of all, is that nobody can actually agree what we mean with autonomous weapon systems. So it is literally a big discussion, even when discussing a possible treaty or something, that there is no definition. However, when we speak about fully autonomous weapon systems, it would mean that the human is absolutely out of the loop. This is not, to my knowledge, not yet existing. But I do think that people are actually trying to invest into this kind of artificial intelligence. That would mean there is no command and control applicable at no point. So the weapon system, more or less, which is partly AI, but then you have like the weapon, it's a system, it's a software, but then you have like the weapon, which would be the drone, so that it would act absolutely independently of any human. I don't think this is yet existing, but if it would come to existence, I would think it would be very, very dangerous. And that obviously leads to, thank you very much for the very good question, because this is actually what the whole discussion is evolving around, accountability and responsibility. I mean, normally in warfare you do have military responsibility, command and control responsibility. So this commander who applies the system is criminally responsible, or depending on the state or wherever, I mean, you have the criminal responsibility, which would be the ICC, the International Criminal Court, or if it is a state, I mean, you would have the ICJ. We know that in international law, this is the biggest weakness, because who is going to implement international law? We see it's failing most of the time. Nevertheless, I still think it is important that we have the systems, that we can actually, that we have the legal background, that we can at least call out. And when we talk about ICC, at least, I mean, there is an arrest warrant against Putin, for example. He's still free, obviously, and I don't think that he's going to be jailed with the ICC within the next years. But nevertheless, at least he's not sitting on the Côte d'Azur, or, you know, I mean, these are small successes, but it is essentially the problem we are facing. And the more autonomous weapon systems are going to be, the question about responsibility becomes more blurred and blurred. So there is many principles have been discussed. I mean, one is like kind of, which is called supervisory responsibility, which goes beyond command responsibility and includes, for example, that you're also responsible if you, for example, put a system into, let's call, if your own action, more or less, the previous action, and for phenomena which are inherently dangerous, that you're also responsible for that already. So an example would be, for just to translate it to what maybe we can relate more, is if a person moves his child to an area where ISIS, for example, is, and then the child is becoming a child soldier there. So that would be like the supervisory responsible. So the father would be responsible in this sense as well. So that would be the principles. But as we know, with principles, we need to adhere to principles. And this is obviously when it comes to international law. It depends on the will of the states. It depends on political will. It was mentioned very, very clearly by Werner as well. Unfortunately, I think this is why also civil society is needed to push for it, and also to try at least to speak out what the problems are. But responsibility and accountability, obviously, the more autonomous, the more difficult it becomes.
And the last word goes to Sergey.
Don't understand my words so religious, but many people, when they listen, imagine God, they imagine the someone who are watching you, know your thoughts, know what you want. And now imagine a country with the camera surveillance, 100% cameras, with the smart watches, with the smartphones, with the smart glasses, and that AI that control that everything. They know what people want, where they go, what they want to eat, and etc. And now imagine that that country have a war with its neighbor, and the neighbor just hack that system, and this can become most dangerous weapon than any nuclear weapon. It is not about the, make some policies to stop technologies. It's impossible. Most people, most politicians don't know anything about technology, and when people, mostly people, when they don't know about something, they're afraid of it. This is about to, make some policies for ethics. Ethics for the humanity all over the world. I think this is the main question.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry that we only had 1 hour for this very interesting discussion, but I think we have at least proved one thing, that if AI is smarter than us, that does not apply to the people in this room, not on the panel, not in the audience. So thank you very much for your questions and for your very smart answers and remarks, and hope to meet again in Yerevan 1 year from now to see how far we have come. Thank you so much. I think we've had a very consistent discussion.